Followed by James White, our news director. And boy, we've got some breaking news, and I'm going to be monitoring what the president's going to be saying tonight. I have a feeling he's going to be coming out with some gun confiscation or gun restriction executive orders, just a guess. But he doesn't address the nation from the Oval Office very often. Well, we have a really exciting 2 hours for you. We're joined by Steve Quayle from stevequayle.com. He's written a brand new book. And a lot of the stuff he writes about in this book pertains to the current events issues of today. And we are really going to be all over this book with its ramifications. Empire Beneath the Ice, How the Nazis Won World War II. What a fascinating concept. My father, as our listeners know, worked with many of these German scientists at Lockheed Martin outside Denver, Colorado, in the mountains in the early 1960s, late 1950s. And would he ever get an education? And I have a feeling that there's going to be a crossover of information on this particular point. So, Steve, I want to welcome you to the show. Thanks for coming on. This segment is brought to you by, and guess who? Renaissance Precious Metals. That's Steve's company, the best in gold and silver and other precious metals trading. And, folks, the economy is ready to tank. I just did an interview this afternoon where I talked about the details of this. And if you're not out of cash, if you're not out of your bank account, if you're not out of the dollar soon, you're going to be in trouble. And Renaissance Precious Metals is the place to go. Steve Quayle is your guy, and I'll be giving you that contact information at the bottom of the hour. Steve, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you, Dave. I think we're at a historic point where all the warnings and all of the admonitions, all the evidence, all the links, every single interview that you've done, I've done, that we've done, the interviews that have gone on, the different highly placed guests, the people who have to stay in the background in order for their lives to be spared, we are now facing what I believe is the introduction of the full-scale Islamic invasion and not immigration. I refuse to, outside of just defining why I say invasion, I refuse to refer to it any longer as immigration. Now, before we get into Operation High Jump, I'll just wet everyone's whistle. During World War II, the Nazis had kind of a, if you will, a love-hate for the Arabs, but they realized that they could be useful. And even Hitler's own words would not so much befriend the Nazis to the Arabs, but they both hated Israel and they hated the Jews. But tonight I want to open this up. This is from Carroll in North Carolina. This puts everything into perspective. You know, I believe that every single military officer, whether he's flag or whether he's general, you know, high-ranking officers, they knew and they could have spoken up that Obama wasn't allowed to be president. Even Bill Clinton said that early on in the campaign. But this is from Carroll in North Carolina. I'm not sure I know which Carroll, but here's what she said. When you read this is critical. When you read this, you'll understand why Obama refused to say the words radical Islam. Did you know what we now have as a Muslim government? John Brennan, current head of the CIA, converted to Islam while stationed in Saudi Arabia. Obama's top advisor, Valerie Jarrett, is a Muslim who was born in Iran, where her parents still live. Hillary Clinton's top advisor, Huma Abedin, is a Muslim whose mother and brother are involved in the now outlawed Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. Assistant Secretary for Policy Development for Homeland Security, Arif Khan, is a Muslim. Homeland Security Advisor Mohammed El-Biari is a Muslim. Obama advisor and founder of the Muslim Public Affairs Council, Salam al-Mariyati, is a Muslim. Obama's Sharia czar, Imam Mohammed Magid, of the Islamic Society of North America, is a Muslim. Advisory Council on Faith-Based Neighborhood Partners, Ibu Patel, is a Muslim. And last but not least, our closet Muslim himself, Barack Hussein Obama. It's questionable if Obama ever officially took the oath of office when he was sworn in. He didn't repeat the oath properly to defend our nation, our Constitution. Later, the Democrats claimed he was given the oath again in private. CIA Director John Brennan took his oath on a copy of the Constitution, not a Bible. Congressman Keith Ellison took his oath on a copy of the Quran. Congressman Michelle Bachmann was vilified and almost tarred and feathered by Democrats when she voiced her concern about Muslims taking over our government. Considering all these appointments, it would explain why Obama and his minions are systematically destroying our nation, supporting radical Muslim groups worldwide, opening our southern border, and turning a blind eye to the genocide being perpetrated on Christians all over Africa and the Middle East. The more Obama damage he does, the more arrogant he's become. Our nation, our government has been infiltrated by people who want to destroy us. It will only get worse. By the way, she writes, plus, John Kerry's son-in-law is an Iranian Muslim. Had enough? So the point being is that we're dealing now, Dave, with the full-scale invasion of the United States. We're sitting back as Christians, in my opinion, preparing to get slaughtered. And as you've tried to warn, I've tried to warn over some 20-some years on talk radio, this day would come. We've seen literally the Communist Manifesto being put into full operation and to simply overrun the system. The military is now, just even today, there are stories coming out they're preparing for unparalleled civil unrest in the United States. And so this all plays into our subject matter and our topic tonight, Operation High Jump, actually how the Nazis won World War II, and I believe that with all my heart. You've talked extensively about John F. Kennedy, his assassination. I have a chapter in my book on that, and by the way, this is well documented. I think there's 422 footnotes, and I don't go and reinvent the wheel, Dave. I take the guys who are absolutely expert in their field. And for instance, Nick Cook, when he wrote 0 Point Energy, most people find it hard to believe that in 1947 and the Antarctic, the United States went to war with Germany, even now, remember 1946, forgive me, but that's after the official close of World War II, and we absolutely got our butt kicked, and with a new form of technology that were basically German flying saucers. They had figured out how to overcome gravity with electrogravitics, and the idea that they had an under-the-ice base that was built during the closing years of World War II and was carried on into the 50s and 60s is something that most people simply can't grasp. So tonight, as you and I speak, Dave, I'm asking people to literally pray, take it to the Lord in prayer, because if anyone watches the London Daily Mail or the Daily Express or any non-U.S. papers, the subject of Hitler, the fact he didn't die, it's on television almost nightly, depending on which channel's carrying it, in search of Hitler, the lost years, all of this subject matter that people thought was just left to history is now coming back. And I submit to everybody, when you understand the genetic experiments that Dr. Mengele was taking part in, and that Hitler was supposedly, he died, some people say 1962, some people say 1969. But the key in understanding is this, that there is a group that collects DNA from all the most famous, what they would consider brigands or evil men. At some point they intend to reconstitute them and reanimate them. And somebody sent me an email saying that there was a cartoon, I'm not sure if it was G.I. Joe or something like that, the point being where they were talking about this very thing 8 years ago in the cartoons. And now, instead of cartoons, we're seeing it in video games. So we're being absolutely and methodically prepared for the very evil that most people don't even understand exists by a supranatural intelligence, that means beyond normal, with some of the most evil people, including Adolf Hitler, coming back on the scene.
Steve, I've got some breaking news I would like to share with you that I became in possession of, some of it last night and some of it today, and I'd like your comment because I think this relates right in. This is from one of my very best military sources, my main Benghazi source, someone I've known for almost 13 years. And what I have learned is that what I've been saying all along is correct, is that we're going to have a Tet Offensive kind of attack with terrorists, several locations, same day. And we are also looking at that being the precursor event to a Red Dawn kind of invasion. Are you getting anything like this as well?
Oh, absolutely, Dave. And the thing that's interesting, I think everybody needs to ask the basic question: why is the total focus of gun control basically being aimed, pun intended, at white Anglo-Saxon Protestants? Now, that's not a race-based statement. That is a practical statement. You and I have done shows together. We've written independently together about all the pre-positioned munitions, ammunition, firearms, etc., that DHS bought and then has stationed strategically throughout the country. Do you also remember, Dave, talking about all the prisoners that were released from the different prisons and all of the hardened criminals, including murderers and rapists, that were released?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
This is the recipe for mayhem. And ladies and gentlemen, here's the issue. The issue is the FBI does know where the 22 or 46 or 222 bases are that the Muslims are training, and not one word is being said about that. And when we watch the slaughter, by the way, the situation that took place in California, there was a third person. If everybody will look at all of the tragic shootings or mass shootings, there's always an eyewitness or multiples of eyewitnesses that see the third guy. That's in the world of spooks, meaning the intelligence world. That's the handler. He makes sure that the MK Ultra shooters or those who have been handled end up dead. And they always seem to escape. Now, I posted an alert on my website, stevequayle.com, talking about the fact is that supposedly the media and police were clued in that they didn't want the third shooter being identified because people will panic. Well, that's, horse manure.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
point is that you and I and so many others, and I'm not just saying us, but I'm saying all those in the truth movement have warned and warned and warned. And now we have it playing out. And I want people to understand this. It's going to be the Red Dawn. It is going to be beyond Red Dawn. And one of the things that was interesting, Red Dawn, the invasion had to bring the troops in during the invasion. Unfortunately, we are already seeing troops, whether the Russians, Chinese, whoever, have been pre-positioned here. Now add in the drug cartels, add in all of the other than Mexicans, OTMs. And by the way, my statements tonight are directed against those who are coming in as terrorists. I want it to be understood. I do not believe all immigrants are terrorists. I believe the terrorists are coming in as immigrants. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I've said the same thing, Steve. I got vilified last April when I took up the judicial report that identified an ISIS base camp 8 miles from El Paso, 3 miles on the south side of the border, and I said they were partnered with Hamas and Hezbollah and ISIS, and they were coming across the border with immigrants. Steve, it's kind of funny in this business. I'm sure you've experienced this a lot more than I have. What you say one year that you get crucified for, people don't even want to give you credit for it the next year.
Oh, no, look, they hate, I can't say this about you, but based on what you've shared with me, they hate me without a cause, okay? And Jesus said, and this is tough words to take from Jesus, blessed are you when all men speak evil of you for my name's sake. Dave, we're in this predicament because the Christians wimped out. We're in this position because the pulpits of America turned into politically correct sewage pits. The pulpits of America were to be manned by men of God, not, behold. It was said of Dante's Inferno, abandon hope, all ye who enter here. Unfortunately, American pulpits have become neutered zones, There is no longer any, I would say, backbone or testosterone or even a smidgen of it in the biggest expression churches. I'm not talking about true followers of Jesus. I'm talking about what the mainstream and the biggest ones are trying to embrace Islam. Can I say this? That's like a guy going up and knitting his own, or not knitting, but tying his own rope that's going to hang him, or polishing the guillotine blade that's going to cut his head off, or, basically conspiring and yielding to all the plans for our own destruction. And unfortunately, people still don't get it, Dave. You can write about that the Illuminati wants to kill off 6 billion people, 5 billion, whatever the numbers are. You know, it obviously increases as the population increases. Yet the point being is that people don't believe. They don't believe. We warned about EMPs. What haven't we warned about? But, Dave, I got to tell you, this is the Nazi war plan. And people said, you know, well, who really is the Illuminati? During the years leading up to World War II, Hitler was into so many of the secret societies, and they were so many of Hitler's, if you will, cronies were followers of Blavatsky, followers of Aleister Crowley. One of the followers of Hitler was Crowley's personal secretary, Mr. 666. We have the absolute records of these guys busting through into other dimensions. And I don't know, have you ever seen Hellboy, the movie with Ron Perlman?
No, I didn't see it.
Hellboy. I'm not recommending people do, but you might be able to go on YouTube and just check the opening scene, because it has two Nazis. It's kind of like Raiders of the Lost Ark busting through into Stargates. And the Nazis made contact with so many, what I would call supernatural evil entities who gave them so much instruction. By the way, it's interesting, Dietrich Eckhart, Eckhart, I think, made the statement that they were in a seance, and just a normal, basically, maid who was a psychic went into a coma. This is all in my book, and basically ghosts proceeded out of her private parts and dictated for hours high technology and other things that were going to be happening, and well, certain people there were sitting taking notes. Now, people might find that offensive, but Dave, every single day I'm contacted by people who are having supernatural events like nothing they've ever known before in their life. And if you and I and others are talking about how evil has ramped up, how it's multiplied, how it's absolutely now pervading everything, I can tell you that there's something going on that is beyond anything that's ever been seen in the world before, and Jesus made that statement, okay? Look, if the men of God would stand up for the Lord, even in the military, I don't know, I know this, that Jesus said, let your yeas be yeas and your nays be nay, for anything more than that proceedeth out of sin. And, that was spoken in the context of taking oaths. And now we're talking about oath takers and oath breakers. And if Obama did not say, and I don't believe he did, I believe he is the quintessential agent of change. I was going to say angel of death, that too. But the reason I refer to him as the entity in the slaughterhouse, if you see that even his statement today, he was trying to cover, make some of the people that still think he's a Christian, and he's not. Jesus said, by their fruits ye shall know them. The contempt he has for Christians, you can go on not eBay, you can go on YouTube and read all his quotes. So now we have the whole idea before us that we are going to be simply overrun, and as you say, we're going to have a red dawn, but we're also going to have collective events, and he will, I had one of my listeners before I went on the radio with you, sent me an email, and he said, Steve, won't it be interesting to go word by word and see what he has already given his orders, whether subliminal or not? And Dave, I used to wonder, and I'm sure your listeners did too, why Obama always uses a teleprompter. Well, in my book, and this is critical, page 338, when I'm talking about the God panels, do you remember the story when CERN had giant glass panels or a crystal panel with different languages that were being flashed from the back to the front of the tunnel or to the front of the target? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that, yes.
Yes, and the thing is that, the idea that the Germans perfected, and DARPA did too, the fact that crystalline structures not only can store energy. This isn't New Age stuff. This is physics. I would put everybody in remembrance that you don't have lasers without crystals, okay? Light amplification by the stimulated emission of radiation. So the CERN people took a cue from the Nazis and DARPA. In essence, they were trying to communicate with the entities that some of the CERN scientists said are showing up. Now, this is pretty important because what we're seeing now is that if people understood that even television sets, our computer screens, iPods, this, that, they all have the ability to produce and provide and actually emit infrasonics and even beyond those frequencies to influence our thoughts. I believe this, honestly, given the fact that the American youth have traded what I would call empiric reality for virtual reality, tells me they have succeeded. So what we're talking about is all the advanced Nazi technology. And what I'm saying, there are a lot of people who have written books on Hitler, Dave. There's a lot of people who have written books on flying saucers. There's a lot of people who have written on a lot of these different subject matters, but they've never put it all together. I started on this book 8 months ago, and then it was interesting to me that, again, the London Daily Mail started, I believe it was, the whole thing, Hitler never died. It might interest people that Stalin, I'll quote him, kind of, that bastard got away. Eisenhower said there's not one shred of truth to believe that Hitler died in the bunker. Hitler and Eva Braun were also known to have body doubles, okay? And it might be surprising to people to know that so do specific high-ranking individuals in our government have body doubles.
Listen, Steve, as we went to the break, you were talking about the fact that Hitler probably never died, and a lot of reports say he might have lived, at least what I've read, until as long as 1970, and I want to get your take on that. But you think he escaped because he was able to fake his death with body doubles? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, not only that, but the thing is that the technology that went into building the Antarctic world beneath the ice is so incredibly well documented, Dave. For instance, the thing that's fascinating is that if people understood just the German U-boats that they had some of their supply submarines that were as big as our aircraft carriers, okay? Now, people can't embrace that because they always think of just the smaller U-boats like 239 and some of the ones. And by the way, according to official records, there were 49 to 50 U-boats unaccounted for. But what was really more telling and compelling was that during the years that even prior to the official surrender by Germany, the German industrialists, you're going to love this, the bankers and all the leading pharmaceutical cartels knew that the official war would end, but they had determined to set up their headquarters, if you will, in different parts of the world and to get their Führer out of sight and out of mind. By the way, Joseph Mengele was never found either. And Mengele was known for being in both Argentina, Brazil, and he absolutely was in a town that even the mainstream press tried to excuse as a rare genetic disorder. The records of South American investigators absolutely puts the very town in Brazil that has hundreds of sets of twins at the hands of Joseph Mengele. So if Joseph Mengele was able to clone and induce twin fertilization, amongst other things, and people have got to understand something, that was the real quick and dirty, what was that, almost 55, it was 70 years ago. And what's fascinating, now this is what most people don't know, that Mengele would stand at the train station, what was known as the ramp, obviously the platform that had an angle that brought the people up. And he was looking, as well as the Ahnenerbe, which basically was the ancient history of the German race for, you'll love this, dwarfs, giants, and anybody who had very abnormal features. So they knew something, and my whole pretext of this book is there have been people that have written about God's beasts and Nazis. There are people that have written about everything on the Third Reich. But what I find interesting today, out of the blue, somebody sends me a report, and the report is that even the Russians now have a flotilla headed to the Antarctic. It's my contention, Dave, that the Antarctic, with saucers that could fly, even some of the blueprints that were found, some of these flying saucers could fly at 25,000 miles an hour. That's pretty fast, okay? And if you remember Dr. Werner von Braun and what you just mentioned about your dad working for Lockheed, the head of Lockheed was a Nazi. You know, this is what most people don't understand. The German intelligentsia and who's who. We took the people, the Russians took the machinery, dismantled complete factories, but the point being is that when I say how the Nazis won World War II, I can back it up. And like here's what's missing in most I'd say overviews of history. What people have got to understand is what the Aryans were looking for, Hitler was looking for, Goebbels was looking for, or Goebbels, whatever, Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS. All of these guys were deeply into the occult. As a matter of fact, it was brought up at the Nuremberg war trials, and guess what? There were just a few snickers. So when you look at the absolute effect of some of the most, and I would say this, truly powerful occult figures, it's no wonder that the deception was so great. And I maintain that whole deception carried forth into the United States, and to the large degree, our entire military-industrial complex. The Nazis may have lost the battle, but they won the war.
Well, I would basically agree with that too. And it started right at the end of World War II, the fighting part, when they brought so many of them over here. And you mentioned Werner von Braun. Well, he's the tip of the iceberg. I asked my father, I said, how many German scientists were there involved in these programs working with people like yourself? And he said he wasn't sure, but he knew of at least 50. He said he actually sat down and started cataloging what he'd seen, what he'd known, what he knew, and what he came across in paperwork. And he said there were at least 50 working groups like this. And he said, and that's just what I know by happenstance. Steve, there might have been hundreds.
Well, my research would multiply that by 4, okay? Because it's literally possible, Dave, to take the major scientific projects that came out after the Manhattan Project, and people say, well, they could never keep that quiet. When General Groves headed up the Manhattan Project, it was kept amazingly quiet, okay? That was in the days of the slogan, loose lips sink ships. So, as you know, even your dad would have been compartmentalized to some degree. Mm-hmm. Those who were over this, remember, that was, too, during the years that Majestic 12 was set up. People deny it exists. It really exists. Stanton Friedman, those guys, they were given documents, and those are real documents. I've interviewed so many guys behind the scene. And by the way, just for the sake of all those listening in, I don't care who they are, meaning their names or addresses or anything. My critics have always said, well, these are just made-up people because you won't say their name. I actually challenged one guy. I said, I'll tell you what, I'll go on talk radio with one of them's permission. You will give me $1 million, not me. It will be put into a trust fund for his wife and family. The wife and family must be put into seclusion and hiding someplace in the world, and then, he's willing to lay down his life to shut you up. And guess what? It never shut him up, I was ready to have a 4-star general come on the radio. I've said this before. We had satellite uplinks. I know. I'm the one that bought some of them. And we had the entire way to demodulate his voice and run him through multiple things that even, would have given the NSA a challenge. And unfortunately, Dave, a couple really idiot, belligerent guys came on. I think it may have even been the only time, 1 or 2 times I was ever on a blog or whatever. I had my own, what's a written chat room called? It's been so long ago.
I don't know because I don't go on them.
Yeah, I don't either, but the point being And the general got a hold of me. He said, Steve, he said, I know what you want to do, but if they won't believe the obvious, they can't receive what I was going to tell them. And my heart broke, but I had to agree, you know. And by the way, I still think he listens into these broadcasts. So, General N., you were absolutely correct. I was wrong. And, Dave, I thought if I could give the bona fides, verifiable bona fides, then the people would, you know, realize that this stuff is real. But guess what? If like Jesus said, this is one of my most important scriptures I've quoted for 20 years. Jesus said, if I've told you earthly things and you believe me not, how can I tell you heavenly things? If people won't see right now what's going on with Obama, let me read this, okay? I asked one of my federal law enforcement friends to, basically, this guy's, you know, a tremendous brother in the Lord, and he said this. I said, so, what did he say about guns? I'm on the radio with Dave Hodges. And he said, basically, he said that we're not at war with Islam, a lie, that Congress should ban semi-automatic weapons, wrong, if you're on the no-fly list and you shouldn't be able to buy a gun, wrong, and that we shouldn't discriminate against Muslims. Discriminate against them. They're killing the believers right and left around the world, and he will not even speak out or speak up for the Christians and won't allow, 50 Syrians into the United States? And that we should embrace Muslims, you know. And then I started screaming at the TV. This is what my friend said about his gun control bull, you know what. And he also said that all the coalitions of controls fighting ISIS are doing a great job at it, and never once mentioned Russia and their involvement. I'm utterly embarrassed to be an American law enforcement officer and that all nations judge us based on his actions or lack thereof. That came in at 6:31, 6:32. So,
yeah.
how does that relate to us tonight? Okay, well, understand this: that after 1947 and our defeat at basically the whole Operation High Jump, and even the Russians put out in 2006 a documentary, and they actually had some film of Nazi saucers basically taking out U.S. planes and sinking a U.S. ship, okay? These things could go instantly, and they could dive into the water and come out of the water. And they almost taunted, actually, you know, Admiral, by the way, people don't understand this, you know. Admiral Perry wasn't a flake. This guy was one of the nation's heroes. This is one of the polar explorers. And so the thing is that after Operation High Jump, the point is there was kind of a rash of UFO sightings, and remember even Roswell, etc. But that came after this. So what my basis of statement is that Hitler went throughout the world with the Ahnenerbe, forgive my mispronouncing of German. And the thing is that people all over the vast corners of the planet looking for religious relics like the spear that pierced Jesus' side, looking for the chalice, you know, of the Last Supper, looking for the Ark of the Covenant, looking for ancient flying machines out of mythology. He had a group, if you will, of intensely brilliant men scouring the world for artifacts, but also scouring the world for ancient technology. And so this is why it's important that people understand this. So after Operation Paperclip, you've got the Germans here, you've got all the occult, if you will, background in these individuals, and you've got reverse engineering. Then you basically have got the whole revelation of the hollow earth inside the earth, Nazi stargates, and it all leads to CERN. And then we've got, you know, the whole, listen, this is something that people don't understand, is that you've got the occult secrets. Even there are those who knew Hitler that said he made the statement that the Prince of Darkness had entered into him, okay? Now, it's interesting that people want to deny this. So that it's my contention that as all of these Nazi scientists and intel agents were welcomed into this country, they began to take over the intelligence apparatus. And remember this, what was it? The OSS was the Office of Strategic Services, and the SS insignia, two lightning bolts, that really stood for the Black Sun. The black sun was believed to be at the center of the earth in if you will, the light, the energy source that controlled, and when I say the underworld, I'm not talking about hell, I'm talking about all of the ancient civilizations and their records of all those, if you will, entities that live under the earth. So, naturally people say, man, I don't believe in a hollow earth. Well, guess what? Just last week, I think it was, 3 or 4 days ago, they showed a hole again over the North Pole. And the last time they showed that was in the ESSA satellite in the 70s, okay? So what I'm saying is, in the last 30-some years, that hole had never been observed. Now, that's the same thing they're talking about in the Antarctic. So what most people have never put two and two together, because, of course, no longer can two and two be four with the core curriculum, because you've got to question the basis. How could two and two be four when two can stand alone, blah, 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 okay? Yeah. And I maintain the core curriculum of the entire educational system that's bought into it, practices it, or teaches it, has literally bought in and brought in the devil's educational system to absolutely be participants in their own destruction.
It's amazing, but we are the harbingers of our own doom. Our own ignorance, Steve, is to blame for where we are. I'm reminded, how many people did Moses convert in 120 years of Christianity? About 8. That's how I feel like Moses. When I try to tell people about what's going on today, and you got to have the same feelings. I feel like Moses.
Well, I just want to. Well, first of all, Moses. I think don't you mean Noah? Because Noah was the only guy that.
Noah. Yeah, I meant Noah. Yes.
Yeah. Well, let me say this on how many people converted. It appears to me from the scripture that Moses, basically half of Israel perished because they followed the people that attacked the man of God. And basically God says in the Old Testament, stand aside, Moses. Who is on the Lord's side, let him come to me, and that's the same thing that Joshua echoes in the first couple chapters of Joshua. So what's fascinating, Dave, is that and let's just deal with Noah. The reason why Noah was saved, it wasn't because they were, moral pinnacles of righteousness. It says in the Bible, the Old Testament, that they were perfect in their generations. That meant they did not have the fallen angel genetic corruption. And the whole earth was corrupt. And guess what? Not only were human beings corrupted, but every manner of bird, every manner of animal, everything. And by the way, now look what's happening. I put on my website, I didn't put up the story because it was too gross. But right now, the number one sin and breaking of the law in Switzerland is basically bestiality. And the poor dogs and horses don't have a chance. Now, brother, that's sick, okay? But when you're dealing with fallen angels who are a supernatural being to begin with, and part of that, whatever energy that they possess, transmits into their offspring, and you can understand this, that's why God said, curses a man that lies with a beast, that both he and the beast should be put to death. Because God was trying to prevent what would come out of that union. And Dave, we're right back there today. And it makes me want to vomit, okay? It truly does. It is that pathetic.
Well,
it only gets worse.
Who are the perpetrators of this major crime of bestiality? I would willing to bet it's probably the immigrants. Am I right?
Well, in Switzerland, it's the very elite. Okay. Now, when you're talking about, I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't clear with you. When you're talking about immigrants, you're talking about rape, and I think most people who are of Scandinavian origin would be disgusted to see what's happened to Norway and Sweden. I just even put up a story today about a guy, and he's a smirking Muslim that has raped. Isn't it amazing that Obama will defend the rights of gays and lesbians, but he won't say a word about ISIS throwing homosexuals off of buildings? And for the record, I think that's absolutely wrong. Yet, how can he be so selective? Well, the answer is an agenda. He's got an agenda. He has an agenda. So tonight he goes on the radio. Now, I haven't watched it, obviously. I'm on with you, and we're doing this show live. but basically you got to get rid of those assault rifles. Ladies and gentlemen, I want everybody to go tonight to survivalblog.com. That's one word, survivalblog, blog.com. And I want you to read James Wesley Rawls' Fighting Words, an open letter to publisher Arthur Sulzberger Jr. He absolutely lays it down. God bless James Wesley Rawls. I'll tell you this, Dave, that we've seen what happens to unarmed people with Muslim terrorists. And what I think people must understand is this is orchestrated, it's well-funded, and the whole plan is to get the Muslims to kill the Christians and the Jews, and then at the time the Illuminists want to get rid of the Muslims, they just do it with a biological weapon that's specifically designed for the specific genetic markers of Arabs. Now, look, I wrote the book on that called Breathe No Evil years ago, and also Genetic Armageddon over a decade, maybe almost a decade and a half ago. And when Wouter Besson, and this is critical because this is stuff that came out of the Nazis in South Africa, okay? He was tried on basically, what was it called? War crimes. And the Operation Coast, C-O-A-S-T, look it up. And they had so perfected bioweapons that were race and gene specific. Now this is years ago, okay, that basically they could take out any specific group with any definable biological markers. Now, I don't know if you ever looked into that, Dave, but this goes right into, and some people say, well, you know, I quote World War III by Albert Pike and Mazzini, and they said, yeah, that's fake. Well, it may be not attributed to who they say it's attributed to, but it's going by the book, as Johnny Cash said. Someone's following that script to a T. In essence, we are seeing World War III. And I love all the pundits. This isn't dangerous. We have overflights and airplanes disappearing. I think there are over, 220 penetrations of U.S. airspace? I think Putin's been, and I know that you and I may have a little different opinion of him, and by the way, I understand who he is, but I also understand that the technology that the Russians now, Soviets then, have is exemplary technology. Remember this, ladies and gentlemen, they played dead for pretty much more than a decade, and during that they were getting all kinds of money from the West, and they developed some of the most amazing weapon systems. You remember when the Donald S. Cook was brought to a complete standstill? I think that was, in the Black Sea about a year ago. Remember that?
I do, yes.
And then they were also able to, with some form of extreme low frequency, cause one of our nuclear subs to have to surface, okay? And the only way you could do that is take control of their controls. So here's the thing. We know this. Whether people want to believe that God is real, whether they don't believe, here's what they're going to have to deal with. Pretty soon, they're going to have to deal with the fact that the events spelled out for the end times in the book of Revelation, and I said this on Coast to Coast the other night, the book of Revelation is a revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave to his servant John, who was one of the disciples who was, in exile on the island of Patmos. So when people quote that, they always want to leave out Jesus, and I tell them this, I said, listen, that's like you guys will quote the scripture, you shall know the truth shall set you free, but that's not the whole scripture. The true scripture is, if ye abide in me and my word abides in you, then ye shall know the truth will set you free. And by the way, when I hear a liar saying that, I said, you neither know him, obey him, or will follow him, ye shall know the truth. When someone says that, and they're a bunch of liars like, the typical politician, I want to submit something. I caused a lot of trouble. I'm not taking that as my, I was told by some very powerful people in the military that when I suggested the only way you could understand how the Senate and Congress could go along with all this stuff as almost willing automatons and beyond bribes, beyond blackmail, I said this, and I guess that was what caused an uproar. I said, what makes you think all these people are truly real people? And so if you're hearing the Chinese, by the way, anything you see, ladies and gentlemen, in scientific announcements, advancements, when it comes to genetic engineering, it's already been done, probably 50 years ago at least. So, you know, Dave, they're floating it, they're accelerating it, gene editing, you know. The point being is pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen, you won't know if you're even dealing with what was once a human or is now an updated human, an H+, or a replacement, won't be human, but a replacement entity. So when people give themselves over to occult possession, they cease to be the dominant control in the body they occupy, and something else takes control. I am convinced, Dave, that we are seeing this lived out, played out. Most of you that watched it or will watch it on TV will watch it in real time, and that who's to say what was not said? Not one word of sympathy came from the lynch mob. By the way, I now refer to her as Loretta Lynch Mob, okay? If she isn't impeached immediately, to put out a hit on anybody that will speak, let's bring it in the court of public, if you will, view. Let's get the imams and let's get the Bible scholars. Come on, you guys. Where are you to challenge this? So what I'm saying is Loretta Lynch Mob now is basically just put the din mak, and I think you're a martial artist, so you know what that is. That's the death touch upon anybody that dares to question the Islamic takeover of the United States.
Well, she did say it. It's chilling, Steve, and I'm going to have a lot of responses to what you said. You just knocked down about 20 different issues. By the way, I've got a text that was sent to me, and we'll come out of the top of the hour break on this. Obama's not really going after gun control in his speech tonight. He says he's going after ISIS and dealing with terrorism. I think the independent media backed him down. We'll be back in hour number 2 with Steve Quayle. Stay tuned. I don't even know where to start. I mean, you just lined up about 20 different targets in the last half hour and knocked them all down. I want to go back to something you said, though, quite some time back in the first hour. And you talked about the North Pole. And I have written about this extensively. The Russians are there, and they are there in force. And I thought for a long time they were only there for the gold and silver because the ice caps are moving, where the planet's rotation is changing. That's opening up a lot of mineral fields that were previously unknown. And I thought that's the sole reason why they were there. But after hearing you talk and after hearing you describe how the Nazis had this fascination with the North Pole, I think the Russians are there to rediscover history.
Well, absolutely, Dave, and it's interesting, isn't it, that on my website, maybe 3 days ago, you can look up the hole in the Arctic that has all the satellite photos, because a lot of these people that, say the Earth isn't round and they don't understand electron spin rate, they don't understand that everything's subatomic particles are in circular orbits. They'll probably claim those are not real either. But let me read this to you, because this is in page 361 of my book. Everybody wants to criticize, and they never want to do their own homework. So I have made, Churchill said this. Remember, I'm paraphrasing him, history is written by the victors, but that doesn't mean it has anything to do with the truth, okay? In other words, when you're victorious, you can put your spin on anything. But a writer in Spirit Daily noted, Hitler was an occultist, and like many who practiced black arts, there was strong indication that he was possessed by demons, and had been since boyhood. Some have even wondered if he was a victim of ritual abuse. During his Catholic confirmation ceremony at a cathedral in Linz, Hitler turned sulky and surly, repulsed by the holy ritual. He developed an aversion to Christianity, which he later wanted to eliminate. Gee, that sounds like somebody who may be, occupying the slaughterhouse. As a boy, Adolf had been prone to satanic trances. He'd turn pale, take on a sinister countenance, and launch into impassioned speeches with a hoarse and raucous voice. It was as if another being spoke out of his body and moved him as much as it did me, recalled a friend named August Kubizak. It was not all a case of a speaker carried away by his own words. I rather felt as though he himself listens with astonishment and emotion to that which bursts forth from him with elementary force. A similar trance had occurred when Hitler was recovering from war injuries in the Prussian Military Reserve Hospital at Pasewalk. There he heard voices that told him that he was Germany's Messiah. Such voices were also to tell him to exterminate the Jews. He had a deep connection with old Hun-like magic, runic symbols, and was obsessed with the ancient Nordic god Wodan, or Wotan, the god of destruction. Now, what is the patron saint of CERN? And when I say saint, what is the patron demon of CERN?
I don't know.
Shiva. The god Shiva.
You know what? That was in the movie Ghostbusters.
Yep. And Shiva, the four-armed entity is, now listen to this, it is the god of destruction and recreation. What is the Illuminati's motto? Order ad chaos, order out of chaos. John Kerry declared to the world that he's an Illuminist, okay? And obviously his son-in-law is also a Muslim. Gee. And I think, good night. What is it? Prince Charles has converted to Islam? You know? I don't know if people know that, but he has. And so the point being is there's something that's happening. And unfortunately, we're in that biblical time. And not unfortunately that it's in the biblical time, but unfortunately people do not see the lateness of the hour. They do not understand that when people turn away, and here's where I differ from every talk radio show host, except maybe you're getting there. I know Alex has gotten there. I saw his emergency update today. We used to think if we could warn people, we could wake them up. Not true, Dave, because they're given over to an illusion, and God said he will choose their delusions. In other words, when people willingly choose to avoid the truth of the gospel, the presentation of the gospel, and the word of God, then the devil's free to come in. You know, remember when Jesus said, "Get thee behind me, Satan"? Mm-hmm. That literally means follow after. It's interesting because those of you who have been, I'm speaking now to your general audience, those of you who have been in the deliverance ministry used by the power of God to set people free of evil spirits and evil presence, you know, you'll know that it's not something you do, but it's something that God gives us the ability to do when we believe in him. By the way, Jesus said this, if I cast out demons by the finger of God, that means that the kingdom of God has come to you this day. I submit that people who pray the Lord's Prayer would probably tremble in the idea that maybe they'd have to encounter this stuff. And what I'm saying, Dave, is as the stargates are opened, and I go into great detail on the stargates, great detail on them, as we see CERN and as we see the absolute, if you will, the symbol of CERN is the god of, and I would call it a demon, little g. The Apostle Paul said the Gentiles worship devils, you know, and I don't think people have the understanding that they need. Let's get into the whole point now, too, that we're dealing with Islam, and Islam, people should just read the parts of the Quran that absolutely demand that infidels have their heads cut off or be extorted. Now, look, isn't it interesting? You compare the blood of the sword and submission, and the Bible teaches to love your enemies. Now, look, I believe that there's a time when Jesus came, you know, as the Lamb of God. The next time Jesus returns, he's returning as a Lion of Judah. And when the Lord said, there's never been a time like this, nor would be again, that if the days weren't shortened, there'd be no flesh left alive. When I started dealing with that, and I did, on talk radio 20 years ago, people could not believe that. They'll never have cloning. You're crazy, Quayle. You know, blah, blah, blah. So the bottom line is that 20 years now later, they're literally seeing the thing they mocked come before their eye. And you know how they want to deal with it, Dave? They want to turn away from it, deny it, and move on with a life of basically filled with everything they can fill it with, drugs, sex, whatever, power, money, you know, position, prestige. And now the billionaires, as you look on Drudge, their number one expenditure, and it's in the billions, is to live forever, because they're believing the lie of the one who controls a lot of them, ye shall not surely die, ye shall be as gods. Well, when you get someone with an ego as big as his multi-billion-dollar bank account, let's just say this. Most of those guys, they may come off publicly benevolent, but underneath the veneer, it's kind of like lizards walking. It's not human skin. So what I'm saying is this, is that the technology of the fallen angels is what caused them to mummify their remains. Most people don't know that Egyptian pharaohs were considered gods. And before even the flood of Noah, people have a hard time with this, but that they don't realize that there were Table of Kings, the Sumerian Table of Kings. It's on my website. Just type it in, and it goes back 450,000 years. Well, that was something other than the creation of Adam and Eve. So the point is, we'll fight amongst ourselves instead of saying, look, let's take a hard look at this. Because God doesn't say replenish the earth if it wasn't already to replenish. If I said replenish the fuel in your gas tank, it means put more in, right? Or bring it back to full. Well, the point being, and this is critical now, because Hitler hated Christians. Okay, fast forward. If the Egyptians believed that their pharaohs were gods, okay, not gods as we know them, but let's say fallen angels and their offspring. And then, do you remember how the entity in the White House was portrayed in the international press when he first won? Do you remember? How did they portray him?
I love that term, entity.
Yeah, well,
you're killing me, Steve.
Well, no, I'm just trying to, give you some stuff. Now, look, Dave, here's the deal. He was portrayed as Pharaoh, okay? You remember when there was a whole hoopla about his talismans in his pocket, and by the way, he wears a Wahhabi ring, okay? And for people that don't get it, Saudi Arabia is the one funding all this stuff, all the mosques, all the incidents in the background is being funded by them. And so the thing that's interesting is that if I said the word Hanuman, would you know what that meant?
No.
Okay, he carries, please look it up, ladies and gentlemen, don't take my word for it, look it up. He carries a talisman. A talisman is an inanimate object that has supernatural entities or demons attached to it. Hanuman is the monkey god that stands between heaven and earth. Now, I want you to know something. That's what he basically carried as a talisman. When he got elected president, okay, guess who came to him? A bunch of Indians from India and gave him a golden Hanuman statue, claiming that's who they believed he was, okay? You can't make this stuff up, Dave. You can't make it up.
I'm
so
not
you've
the
got
least bit surprised.
Yeah,
Steve, I'm not surprised. I mean,
yeah.
Go ahead, Steve.
I'm sorry. No, I just want to say this. The book, and I think I said this on Coast to Coast, so it's okay to say it here too. This is the last book I think I'm writing. From now on, as long as I'm alive and God gives me the grace and the ability to fund this stuff, the bottom line is I'm going into video documentaries because I've been called, and this is critical, I've been called by everybody from the History Channel to National Geographic. By the way, it's not flattery. The point is, and I'm not flattering myself, the point is I say, you guys, I'll do it as long as you give me final edit over what I said. Not over your conclusions, but my conclusions. To a man, they didn't, we won't let you do that. And I said, so that's why I'm doing my own, And last week, forgive me, 2 weeks ago, since I'm running on probably, I don't know how many hours of sleep for the last 72 hours, but, I got a call from 3 different people representing 3 different organizations wanting me basically to tell them everything I know. And I said, gentlemen, why would I do that? Why would I do that? So you can mock God? I said, in your world, everything's an alien, everything's an alien, everything's an alien. But where do the aliens come from? Who created the aliens? And I said, I can tell you this, that history has more evidence to the position that the Bible presents on fallen angels than it does. And you know who some of my biggest critics are? Basically people that say, I don't believe that. I believe the giants never existed. Well, you're stupid. I'm sorry. And to sound like Donald Trump, you're stupid, And for the record, the reason this is critical is that the root of evil has been hidden. God is revealing the root of evil so you can see how the tree is known by the fruit it bears. So if tonight all we got was basically an apology or, accept Islam, how can any thinking individual in the United States believe that, some woman gets an AR-15 or an M4 conversion, whatever she got, and body armor is sophisticated, and they want to say, well, I think her lawyer wanted to say she's 90 pounds, it couldn't have been it. I'll tell you what, she had to be more than 90 pounds because body armor is not lightweight, okay? And I looked at the weapons. I've been, in the years, I used to own gun stores and everything else, sporting goods stores, indoor shooting ranges, and I can tell you this, I can calculate the cost of that stuff instantly. And my first thought is because they're holographic sights and everything else on their weapons, I said, this is someone who's trained in the use of those weapons. So it wasn't the poor man who's taken in by his loving, controlling, evil wife, the queen from hell. I mean, these people had training, and I believe the third person that everyone saw was the handler. I'm going to say this one more time. And the handler is the guy that would make sure that the press got into the house, destroyed the evidence. And listen, I'm talking about very powerful people overseeing this. It's so disingenuous to come on this television screen tonight and claim that, the United States is going to go to war with ISIS. No, we're not. We're funding them. Dave, do you remember you and I said that and we caught so much crap? Forgive the language, but I'll tell you what, when our brothers and sisters are being slaughtered and murdered, and it's beyond, I think outside of Franklin Graham and a couple others, there's nobody really nailing it except the alternative press, okay, which we are. And when I see mainstream media being so compromised, acting like a bunch of cockroaches afraid of the light, then I can tell you this, they're agenda-driven, and they will not tell the truth at any cost until, let's say, their brother, sister, friend, relative gets blown up and blown away. And so I'm with you, Dave. And again, this all goes back to the very principle of the Hegelian dialectic, which, by the way, Hitler practiced, okay? You create the problem, you provide the solution, and in providing the solution, you absolutely get what you wanted in the first place. And, most people don't even understand what the Hegelian dialectic is, even though it's played out before your eyes daily. And I maintain, now look, do you remember when we did a show a couple years ago and talking about televisions and, quote, smart TVs? They didn't call them that, but being able to watch you, monitor you. You remember that?
I remember.
We did a show on technology. And I can't tell you. It's kind of like, Mama, don't take my television away. The point being is that if people would just think of 1984 and telepresence, if people would just think about obviously being monitored, if people would remember Marshall McLuhan's statement, the medium is the message. Remember that? He didn't say the medium carries the message. He didn't say the medium broadcasts a message. He said the medium is the message. And the only way you can explain the dumbed down, divorce from reality, virtual reality, identity of people on the social network sites is to understand that they have been largely affected. Our generation, Dave, knew a form of freedom our children will never know. And again,
those days are gone forever, Steve. Those days are not going to return.
They're not going to return. And see, here's the thing. I love what Nehemiah said. Go to the book of Nehemiah. Man, he tells the people of God, fight for your families, fight for your little ones, And I love this. How many times you get emails, man, Dave, I'm right behind you. You tell those people, and I've said this for years, I don't want you behind me. I said, I've had enough knives stuck in my back from people I used to trust. No, get up alongside me so I can see where you're at all times, And again, why this is critical is because the same blueprint that was carried out in Nazi Germany is being carried out here. You cannot separate George Bush Sr.'s father away from the Nazis. You cannot separate the Nazis out of John F. Kennedy's assassination. You cannot believe, whether it's Jack Ruby, whether it's Lee Harvey Oswald, whether it's LBJ, everybody involved with the assassination of JFK at some point was interfacing, taking orders from the Nazis. So if the Nazis controlled, let's just put it into perspective. Jesus said the love of money is the root of all evil. Let me take a sip here. Therefore, the control of money is the control of all evil. It doesn't get any simpler than this. Multinational corporations do not care for borders, language, culture. They have their own world. They seek their own domain. Having what they have isn't enough. They have to have it all. In seeking to have it all, they'll destroy everything and anything that stands in their way. And in my opinion, based on being on talk radio, I think I'm up to 12 books. And by the way, you know, I just like some of those people sometimes that hear all the criticism against me. Just ask people criticizing me, what have they ever done? And you know what, Dave? Most of them have never done anything, and they quote to me, especially the Christian hyenas. Now, I'm not taking on Jesus with that statement, but those who profess their Christianity, they say, well, it's not of works, lest any man should boast. And I correct them and say, no, but James says, show me your works, and I'll believe you have faith. In other words, you can't have works to save you, but when the blood of Jesus and God's promise is accepted, then the man should have some follow-through. And that's the tragedy. The Bible said, let the man whom the Lord has redeemed say so. And guess what? All of a sudden, we have a deaf, dumb, and mute, silent Christendom that is cowering. Now, not everyone's doing that, okay? So, you know, I tell people, Christians, how about this one, Dave? Do you hear this? Should I buy a gun? And doesn't the Bible say that they who live by the sword will die by the sword? Let me answer that one. There's nothing against self-defense in the Bible whatsoever. Peter in the Garden of Gethsemane did not bite off the centurion's servant ear. He cut it off with a sword. You know, here's the thing. We live in, this is why radical Islam, general Islam, and all Islam is basically waiting for the day, because the idea of giving up and dying is more present in the Christian / what calls itself the Christian community than fighting evil. And the scripture says in the book of Hebrews, you have not yet resisted evil under the shedding of blood. That doesn't give anybody a license to kill anybody, but, go out and start anything. But I'll tell you what, if God did not allow self-defense, then he would sanction suicide. And
that's really clear. Steve, we got to step aside for a break. Okay. You've got your new book, how the Nazis are taking over because they won World War II, and I want to get into that specifically. But before we do, tell people how they can get a copy of your book.
Well, you can go on Steve Quayle, QUAYLE.com, and click on over on the right side. My headlines are on the left. The right side, probably scroll down a little bit, mid site, you'll see a thing for a big panel ad for Empire Beneath the Ice, and they can click on that. It'll take them to my checkout screen. And Dave, the response has been astonishing. Even some of the people that are emailing me just on reading, the short introduction on the back of the book cover are absolutely saying, I knew it was like this. I knew it was like this. So, it's really critical that people have this information. This is, can I say something? This is the root of evil. The fruit of evil we're putting up with right now. And as you and I were talking off the air, I think I ran over into a break. The point being is that we were seeing and we were talking about all these things we're seeing unfold. And again, ladies and gentlemen, when we have done nothing to fight ISIS, You cannot even begin a war when you won't admit who your enemy is. Ask yourself that. Every single part of this administration and I call the administration, I'll have to come up with a new name for them, but everybody concerned with the slaughterhouse, and that's how the world sees us, is absolutely apologizing and stuffing Islam down our throat. By the way, if you notice, I read the list from Carol at the beginning of the show. Isn't it fascinating, Dave, that everybody in a position of power is basically of the Muslim persuasion? Even in DHS. How tough is it going to be when the heads of DHS and the fusion centers basically are given the order to let it fly, meaning go for it, to have already identified Christians, have already identified gun owners, have already got their drones pre-programmed with the coordinates, and I remember fighting the supposed brethren on that one. They would never do that. And then Greg Evenson, bless his heart, and by the way, thank you for everyone praying for him. He's still with us, you know, was told by some of his high-ranking military friends that, you know, they're going to use, this is really tough for people to understand, they're going to use the Air Force against the people of the United States. It's called yard farming. By the way, if you notice how this is playing out, it is revision, and some people have said it's the Fourth Reich, the final Reich, you know, and this is the end of the road. This is the, how should I say, this is on the precipice of perdition. Dave, we're fighting for any sort of freedom that we might have, and I'm telling you this, I don't believe at this point the country will turn around. And anybody who's telling you, oh, that they're going to have that, you know, like some of the false prophets on, mainstream TV are saying, oh, there's going to be a time of great peace, there's going to be an outpouring. Yeah, if that were based on repentance, I would say amen. But when God gives a nation over to judgment, and when people embrace that which is He has specifically spoken against, when history has recorded God's attitude by God's action, you know, the point being is we are in a religious war, rightly so, and basically this is the time that people must make it right and get right with Jesus. And I'm telling you this, it makes me repent. It makes me repent almost, now I don't know how many times a day. Lord, help me have the right attitude. This is the harder one. Lord, help me to have the right heart. Lord, show me what to do. Lord, show the brethren what to do. And again, here's what I'm saying. I want to finish this up on self-defense because I don't think I covered it. There is absolutely demand by the living God that a righteous man provide for his family's safety. Now, I know you, Dave. I know you. I know Doug. I know the people I hang with. You know, when I say I hang with, I mean, I hope that's not literally, but I mean that I spend time with. I'm changing. I'm taking those words back, Lord. But the point being is that it's fascinating to me that every single one of those guys believes in the right to self-defense. And I think people better read Chuck Baldwin's book on it, you know, because they're counting, they meaning the Department of Homeland Security and everybody is counting on being able to use the, what's that church program that they signed all the churches up, you know, where they're going to tell on their own people. I can't remember the name of it right now.
Well, it's run by NOVAD under DHS, and the name's jumping out of my head too, but I know exactly what you're talking about. It's another DHS, see something, say something.
Yes, and the point being is, ladies and gentlemen, that's like a vampire going into a blood bank with people that are carrying 16 pints saying, you're my favorite people. That simply means that the vampire gets a double whammy or gets a double dose, and you're going to end up dead. So that's I want to call it civilian inmate program. That's not what it is, but if somebody send me an email because it's important. So here's what we're trying to talk to people about tonight. This is a matter of your life and death. This is a matter of your children's life. I don't know about you, but you know, if someone comes in and starts to make war on my family, and I know men and women of God that are going to do this, they're going to start the other way. And so what Loretta Lynch has done is vilified anybody that even identifies the problem. So how can you fight a war, Mr. Entity, when you won't even admit it is a war? When you won't admit that they're evil, that you won't admit that there's any such thing as someone that wants to take your life. By the way, Michael Savage is coming right out and saying the guy is totally demon-possessed. God bless Michael Savage for saying that, because it's true. And the thing is that and please look up, everybody, tonight, Hanuman, and then type in Obama and Hanuman. You know, Dave, here's the thing. The Nazis, everything from the origin of the swastika, everything that is based on one of the greatest mass murders in history, obviously, and they just don't understand that it came out of his occult realm. And lies and propaganda were so much a part of the Third Reich. You know, I can tell you Hitler's demonized. You can go and read it for yourself. You know, Hitler wanted to have a race of Übermensch, supermen if you want, and he wanted to basically have his own Aryan warriors in his own Aryan base. And, you know, the thing is this, is he wanted to be human dogs who, you know, he wanted to be the top dog, I guess you'd say, and he wanted to rule all the other dogs. And so when we talk about this, you know, it's important. The Ahnenerbe, let me spell that because I may not be pronouncing it right, Ahnenerbe. And that was the ancestral heritage. Can you imagine Nazi scientists going into Nepal and basically bringing back some of the most spiritual people they could find and putting holes in their forehead looking for the third eye? Can you imagine that?
With Mengele, you know, I could imagine anything.
Yeah,
Steve,
but this is Mengele. This is the Ahnenerbe. Then you get into, Himmler's demons, and the SS, which was supposedly Schutzstaffel. It really was Schwarzenson, which means black sun. Black sun, okay? And what's fascinating to me, every single one of these guys was in either one of the Thule societies. The idea was that they were better than everybody else. The idea was they get rid of everybody else. Does that sound familiar? And so that's exactly what the New World Order is doing. And I can tell people this. I'll guarantee them that if they read this book, it will put everything into perspective for them. Everything. And that was the idea behind it. I've written so much stuff on so many things, and now basically it's fascinating. This thing was started about 8 months ago, and Dave, I tell you this, every day there's a new Hitler revelation. There's a new revelation of his bunker. There's a new revelation of his ancestry. There's a new revelation of his voice. Now, this is interesting. People say, well, I can go watch any World War II reel. Why did they bring out a story about Hitler's voice that was never heard before? Got any ideas?
No.
Okay. So the thing is that in projecting Hitler's voice through all the microphones and everything else, there was a time when Hitler would be not the demon-possessed guy. In essence, there were times when he probably had fits of reality, okay? But the fascinating thing is this recording had never been released until last week. And by the way, the word, thank you, Julie, the word that I was looking for is clergy response
team. Exactly, yeah.
Jim White sent that over to me.
Hey, listen to this, and Jim, I apologize, you were right on that. Steve, we got breaking news, and I know you're going to want to comment on this. Jim White just sent this over to me. In the beginning of tonight's news conference, Obama called for anyone on the no-fly list will be banned from purchasing a firearm.
Well, he's stripping the Second Amendment rights. That's not legal. Somebody's got to challenge that immediately.
And it goes to the Supreme Court, and we know how that goes.
Well, I understand, but Dave, in challenging it, okay, here's the thing. The best we can do is hold back great evil for another day, maybe even another night, maybe even another hour, okay? And if it clicks, let's say something you say or I say or that's discussed in the next hour, if that clicks and it gets somebody to say, oh, I see really where we're at. That's what we're all about. Now, I want to make it clear one more time. This thing cannot be turned around. It's too late. What can happen, though, is the prayers of God's people can deliver. God will fight for his people, but he will not protect a nation. I made a statement, I don't know how many years ago, 10 years ago. Some of you who listen to me all the time will know when I made this statement. But I said the day will come when America will fight its wars and God will not be on its side. We will lose battle after battle. We will lose aircraft carriers. We will lose dogfights in the sky. We will lose. And guess what? The entity who is the, by the way, I call him the commandeer and thief, okay, not commander-in-chief, has destroyed the military. But isn't it fascinating? They don't have enough bombs for ISIS. Did you see that story?
Yeah, I did see that, yes.
Yeah, they don't have enough bombs for ISIS, but they can spend countless tens of billions of dollars on weapons and weapon systems for, the civilian military that Obama promised he wanted to have. Remember he said, too, equal to the Army?
Yeah.
Where's the disconnect, Dave? Here's another. This is another rhetorical question. Where is the disconnect that all these men are coming in to the country? And I think the entity made the statement, well, you don't need to be afraid of women and children. You want to bet if you got some 7-year-old that hates you, that's being trained how to walk up on guys who are handcuffed with their hand and blowing their brains out. Listen, I find that distasteful. If you're looking at women like this, queen from hell, and her lawyer, shame on that piece of, legal nonsense. The thing is that he is absolutely redefining the images, okay? And the crime scene, let's take that on, too, because we're running out of time. The crime scene was totally pilfered. It's like somebody wanted them to see everything that had been staged, okay? Remember, when you're backing both sides in a war and you're selling your goods to both sides in the war, whoever wins, you've already got the loser's money. Whoever loses, you got the winner's money. And that's been the nature of war, One of my friends used to know one of the heads of the Federal Reserve, the tallest guy in the Federal Reserve's history. I'll just give everybody a hint. And when he was asking about the Republican and the Democrat, this guy said, hell, son, we own them all. I'm afraid, Dave, there's too many hell's sons, and they own them all.
Congress is bought off. I mean, they've got their insider trading. They've got everything else. The Supreme Court is controlled by, as you call him, the entity. He's got enough appointments now. They have framed Roberts. They've got something on him. That's the only thing I could use to explain why he does what he does. There's nowhere for the people to turn except to God.
Absolutely. And in that, here's the thing. Don't let 3 to 5% of the people destroy you. I don't know how many real, and I mean this, followers of Jesus are out there. I don't know. That's God's issue, not mine. I mean, there's no way, only he can know. But you'd better stand up for your family. You'd better stand up for your children. You'd better, speak up when the name of Jesus Christ is mocked. You'd better not allow 3 to 5% of them to determine your eternal destiny or your family's safety. And I'm serious. I'm like I don't know. I think I should have some kind of a piece of steel to bite on tonight, Dave, because I'm livid at the language of the left. There you go. Livid at the language of the left. I'm perplexed at the surrender of our military prior to this. I understand pensions, I understand finances, but let me tell you this, everybody, especially those that think you're going to live it out in Costa Rica or wherever you're going to live it out, and I'm talking specifically the military, they're going to control you with the money as they have. How can people have taken the oath to defend this country against all enemies, foreign, domestic, and absolutely not formed a PAC, P-A-C, a political CAC, to go out on national television and say this and say this. You know why they won't? Because of their fear for they're not only fearful for their lives, but their retirement. This group of brigands wants to retire you eternally. And I pray for the Christian billionaires out there. I do, and there are a bunch. I pray for the guys who have great wealth out there to step up and say, you know, General, your pension is this. I'll cover your pension for the next 5 years if you lose it due to this, but tell the people what you know. Tell the people what you know. Tell the people what you know. And then do what you need to do. You know, someone says, well, what are you talking about? I'm saying simply this. The truth in a kingdom of lies stands as a light as the kingdom of darkness overtakes our once great land. Look at chemtrails. Look at everything. By the way, the chemtrails, blah, 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 you might like to know, every single evil chemical that comes out of the labyrinths and the labs of the Nazis. By the way, IG Farben was broken up. And, Dave, I can't cover my whole book in 2 hours, but I can say this, that it's not necessary to, if you understand the same thing, the identical root of the Third Reich is here playing out before your very eyes. You're talking about someone in the German history that opened them up to all sorts of evil spirits. We're looking at it now, too. And ladies and gentlemen, there's something wrong. There's something so wrong that the other entity is the P-man, okay, meaning the Pope. When he says what he says about Christians, how dare he even claim to represent the Church of Rome, okay? I'm not a Catholic fan, I'm not a Catholic basher, but I'll tell you one thing, this guy is not who you think he is. He's promoting a one-world government, a one-world religion, and a one-world economy. And I got news for you, Dave. My Bible tells me there's only one guy that's coming along the scene to do that. We're going to have the Antichrist. We're going to have the false prophet. You can argue, you know, if you think this guy, the entity, is the Antichrist, I think he's the seat warmer. But I can tell you there's a lot of people responding to me after Coast to Coast that think the same thing. Somehow, somewhere, some way, the demons that inhabit Adolf Hitler are coming back to reanimate, repossess, and absolutely, how should I say this, in their minds, not fail where they failed in the past. And I don't maintain they failed. You know, basically, Sun Tzu said this, when you're in a war, always feign weakness to win that war. It's a paraphrase, okay? And so the point being is that it would have been very easy. And by the way, the guys that went through the Nuremberg trials, do you know there was not one major scientist that went through the Nuremberg trials? Because not only Operation Paperclip, there were about 5 other operations like that, and they even invented identities so that that they could slip past the president who didn't want any known Nazi criminals coming in under Operation Paperclip. The famous Japanese equivalent of Mengele, basically the guy that set up the entire Japanese biological and chemical weapons program, Dr. Ishii, I-S-H-I, that's by the way the Chinese hate the Japanese to this day, you know, Unit 731, which is equal to anything that the camps in Europe had as far as horrors and experimentation, he was brought into this country and given a new identity. Can you believe that? The butcher.
Well, I can, because I know what they brought in, Steve.
Yep.
Let me ask you a question, because time has almost slipped away from us. It's my operating hypothesis that the Muslims will
tell you tonight is going to make even the hair on the back of your head stand up, because again, what we're doing is we're seeing prophecy, real prophecy unfold. No one could have argued with Tom Horn, and even to the date that the former Pope stepped down before, when I call it this guy came on the scene. Their last entry into the 4-year investigation authors will unveil, and I want to read this because this is cool, because Tom's greatest prediction yet that is going to shake the foundation of the world is incorporated in it. He's going to talk about the weapons of mass destruction that ISIS will use and how it will lead to an apocalypse. Petros Romanus, Albert Pike, the Islamic State, and the coming Armageddon. Now, here's what's interesting. Does Pope Francis become the destroyer? He certainly has a good shot at it right now. Or will there be another? And what's interesting is the Last Crusade's agenda is hidden in plain sight. And ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about the prophecy of the Qumran Sibyl or the Muslim Mahdi. I'm sorry, they're not the same, on the Muslim Mahdi. So, Tom, let's run over a little background because we've got 3 hours and how this all got started, because this has been a 4-year undertaking on your part. And let's talk about Petros Romanus first.
Okay, Steve. Hey, great to be with you and the Hagmans again on radio. It's such a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me to come on to talk about all of this. And for the people out there listening who are probably right now wondering, well, what happened to Chris Putnam? Because we advertised this in our social media and stuff today. Just before we came on the air, Chris slammed his finger in a door and pulled one of his fingernails plumb out. So he said he's in too much pain, can't do the show. So we hope that he gets well quickly. And I'll just have to do the best I can. The other caveat that I would throw out there is that there are portions of the research that were done in this latest entry, the Final Roman Emperor book, that was done by Steve, in particular having a lot to do with the ancient aspects of this prophecy that I won't be able to speak to, but it's okay. People will be able to get the book in a week from now, and they'll be able to read everything that Chris did, and they'll hear Chris in other programs, I'm sure. So, yeah, funny thing, Steve and Joe and Doug, is that we never did set out to write 4 books. I mean, this thing just took on its own kind of organic feeling, and issues kept coming to us, opportunities kept coming to us, the phone kept ringing, people knocking on the door. It was just amazing how really this whole thing has had an almost supernatural or preternatural kind of feel to it, beginning all the way back in 2011. I was speaking at, our mutual friend Chuck Misler at his Strategic Perspectives Conference. I was one of the keynote speakers in 2011 at Strategic Perspectives, and I was standing in the back room, and Steve, you know Joe Artis. He was back there with me, and I'm waiting my turn to speak, right? But I happened to say to him, I said, something that really amazes me is that nobody has written a thorough investigative analysis of the prophecy of the Pope, and yet Pope Benedict XVI, who was the Pope in 2011, is the next to the last on the list. And I said, you would think that even if there are, people like us evangelicals that don't put any stock in much or any of Catholic prophecy, you would think, if for no other reason, the historical importance of a 900-year-old Catholic and a famous Catholic prophecy at that, called the prophecy of the Pope, that given that whenever Benedict is gone, the next guy is going to be the last one on the list. I'm just amazed that nobody's written a thorough investigation about this. So we're having that conversation, and the more we talked about it, the more Joe Artis said to me, he said, well, then you're a publishing house, right? So maybe you should be the one that writes it. So we're standing back there making notes, and this is where this whole preternatural thing began. I said, okay, I'm going to run up to my room before I have to speak, and I'm going to email myself these notes. And when I get back to my office, I'm going to really consider writing a book on the final Pope, who's called Petros Romanus in the list of popes. And I went up to my room, literally opened my email, and I had an email from a guy by the name of Chris Putnam. Chris and I had only ever exchanged a couple of emails. We had never spoke to each other. I knew that he ran a blog site, Logos Apologia, but we had never done anything together. And I opened his email, In fact, we hadn't even emailed for probably a year or 2 years at that time. I opened his email and he said, "Hey, Tom, I want to talk to you about the final pope, Petrus Romanus, and kind of pick your brain on it." I couldn't believe it, right? The timing of that. So I emailed him back and I said, "Hey, Chris, you can't believe the timing of your email, brother." And one thing led to the other. I'm not going to give this to you blow by blow, but that's how it started. It had this whole kind of supernatural timing around it. We decided that we were going to write a thorough examination of the book, which wound up being called Petrus Romanus, The Final Pope Is Here. If people are not familiar with what that is about, it's a 900-year-old prophecy. It's ascribed to a Irish bishop by the name of Malachi Morgare, who in the 1100s wrote down a list. He had a vision, and he wrote down a list of 112 popes. Each of these popes would arrive in succession. He gave mottos. He gave ways to identify who the pope would be, and the final one would be Petrus Romanus. Well, Pope number 111, next to the last, was Pope Benedict XVI, Gloria Olivae, the glory of the olives. He was an Olivetan priest. So in 2011, we write this book. But in the book, in addition to everything else that we did, we speculated that Pope Benedict was going to retire, that he was not going to die in office like popes for almost 600 years have done. It's been kind of, the unspoken protocol. Popes don't resign. They just serve in office until they're dead. And we said this pope is not going to do that. Specifically in the book, Petrus Romanus, a year in advance of his resignation, we said we have reasons to believe that he is going to retire and make way for the final pope. Furthermore, we said we strongly believe, that he is going to do this in April of 2012. Well, we were out there on television. Steve, you and I did radio on this, remember?
Absolutely.
And saying that this is what we believe is going to happen. We believe that it's important. There was a Jesuit, a Belgian priest by the name of René Thibault, and 64 years ago now, he too said that the Gloria Olivae is going to resign office in 2012, making the way for the final pope. So there was a lot of stuff, investigation. Some of this was metaphysical. Some of it was gut feeling. Some of it was revelation. But here's what happened. 2012 comes and goes, and Pope Benedict doesn't step down publicly. And it's really weird because I was sending emails at that time to Chris Putnam, and I was saying, "Hey, man, it's not over till it's over." And then I would literally say to myself, "What in the world are you talking about? It's not over till it's over. He's still the Pope. He hasn't stepped down. You missed it. You got the date wrong." But then now the world knows that February 28th, 2013, the Vatican announces that Pope Benedict has resigned. And that very same day, they gave an interview with the New York Times. The El Observatorio Romano, the official newspaper of the Vatican, gave an interview with the New York Times in which they admitted that Pope Benedict had actually officially and secretly resigned when he had returned from a trip in March of 2012 and made his resignation official to the Curia, just to a few insider cardinals. Because remember, at that time, how they were having the WikiLeaks and all that, and blabbermouth cardinals out there spilling the beans about everything, so they were really tight-lipped about it. And they started remodeling a building that the nuns had been using for housing that was going to then become housing for the emeritus pope. And so we not only got it right, we got it right to the month and to the year. Well, my phone lit up, Putnam's phone lit up, everybody in the world wanted to talk to us, and as you said a moment ago, Steve, they figured we had an insider at the Vatican, and I laughingly said after the fact that if we would have told them our insider at the Vatican was the Holy Spirit, that really would have freaked them out, right?
Yeah, that would have melted down the pontiff.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, so everybody everywhere wants to talk to us. I was turning down everything, CNN, History Channel. I told everybody no. Chris went on the History Channel, was part of their Nostradamus thing, and talked about it. But, by the way, while we got Doug and Joe Hagman here, Steve, you'll verify that this is true. I've got to the point now where I've told Steve Quayle, I'm not interested in doing radio with anybody anymore. I want to quit doing radio. But I said I will always do radio with Steve Quayle on Hagman and Hagman. Is that true, Steve?
That is true, and the sentiment is mine also, outside of the fact. And I say that, listen, this isn't a mutual love fest, but here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. When God sends two men down, and the engine is the Holy Spirit, and we're on track, we're literally on track, and Tom and I are co-investigating the same subject matter. Obviously, the title of our new DVD series is The Unholy Sea. When you are through with tonight, you're going to see something that is so astringent and what I say, wonderfully laid out of God knowing the end from the beginning. And so, Tom, I thank you for that, but that's my sentiment, too. After 25 years on talk radio and being told this and told that and accused this, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I shared this with Tom. I think it was 23 or 24 years ago. I'll have to check with Hawk. He remembers just about every one of my shows. I said, you're going to watch Islam and Catholicism merge. You're also going to watch the greatest war in the Catholic Church. I'm not talking about a war of words. I'm talking a shooting war. You're going to watch that take place. Well, Tom, you know how that went over. You know, I'm crazy. I'm insane. You know, but then and the deal is that there's no way I could have known that any more than you were directed, and Chris was used by the Lord. You guys are doing the same thing at the same time. God gave you that. So we're now at a position, because you know this, everybody basically has been the standard, the 10 hills of Rome, the Holy Roman Empire, and Ben, that's not what you're saying or seeing, or that's not what I'm saying or seeing either. So go ahead and proceed. But I just want you to know that I find it interesting, and I said this to my wife. I said, 22, 23 years ago, I was talking about it. Fast forward, and tonight, Tom and I are talking about the fulfillment of that. Now, is that cool or what?
Yeah, and hundreds of years ago, the Cumae Sibyl was talking about it, and this Pope and the Vatican today are behaving in a way that they believe it, and they're working to make it happen, which we'll get to in a few minutes. Now, one thing you failed to say, and let me say it, Steve, is that our co-investigation, people think that because you and I are good friends and we go back for a long time in radio that we talk all the time and we always check with each other about what our and we never do that. We never talk about what our investigations are, what we're working on, and yet time after time, like your new documentary film, is absolutely a parallel to the work that Chris and I have been doing in secrecy for the last year on the final Roman emperor. And I want to really pitch your documentary film. From the people that have seen it, they say that it's one of the best, it is the best thing that you've ever produced, one of the best things ever produced on the subject matter, and is extraordinarily well done. So I was humbled to get to be a small part of that, in which we were actually talking about the second year of me and Putnam's investigation, which actually even then happened as a result of me being on radio with you. So, and recall, Steve, how after we accurately stated what we said we believe is going to happen with Pope Benedict, he's going to retire, he's going to happen in April. We did that a year in advance. We're both on television, and our book was in print before it happened, and it's also in the book Petrus Romanus. So there was no way to deny it. Everybody had to say, wow, you guys are fabulous guessers, right? But so now we're out there doing radio with you. The whole world wants to ask us about that. But if you recall, in 2011 and early 2012, there was another thing that was going on with the Vatican, and that is it had its top astronomers out there talking about astrobiology. And in specifically, they were saying some very loaded things. They were saying it's more likely than not that advanced extraterrestrial intelligence exists elsewhere in the universe. Furthermore, Gabriel Jose Funes, who was the head of the Vatican Observatory Research Group at that time and a top Catholic for the Vatican, he was out there saying, I would baptize the aliens into the Catholic faith if they were to visit the Earth. Guy Consolmagno, who at that time was the Pope's personal astronomer and has since taken Jose Funes' place as the head of the Vatican Observatory Research Group, he too was saying we would baptize aliens into the Catholic faith. But then suddenly something started changing, and this was why people started calling the shows we were doing, Steve. They started saying not only would it not be against Catholic faith to believe in extraterrestrial intelligence, but they said actually the heresy would be not to believe in advanced extraterrestrial intelligence because that would put limits on God's creative ability. And then from there, they ratcheted it up to an even more mysterious place where they started saying, and furthermore, there is a point in the near future, by the way, Tanzella Niti, who is an Opus Dei level bishop or priest in the Vatican who writes a lot of their doctrine and works at the Pope's university in Rome, said that soon we could be faced with information from an extraterrestrial source that might require us to have to reread and alter everything we've ever thought we knew about the gospel. Well, why in the world would he make such an extraordinary statement? Because they believe that extraterrestrial intelligence exists. Now, why do they believe that? Well, that's another mystery, maybe or maybe not. We'll get into that tonight. We went deeply into that in book number 2 in this 4-year investigation called Exo Vaticana. But they say that these aliens are more likely to be morally superior to us. And what they mean by that is that what we know about ourselves is that we are fallen, the fall of Adam, right, and Eve. We are fallen, but these aliens, maybe they didn't fall. And if they didn't fall, then they're closer to God than we are. They have a better understanding of the union of God and of the triune Godhead and whatever than what we do. And therefore, they said, it may not be us baptizing them into our faith when they come here, but rather it's going to be them baptizing us into their faith, into a perfected understanding of the gospel. So stuff started getting really weird around the time that Benedict stepped down. And so when we were doing shows with you, Steve, and others, people were calling in and they were emailing us, and they were saying, man, what do you guys make of what the Vatican is out there saying right now about aliens, and they're morally superior, and they're more likely than not to exist, and blah, blah, blah. They're our space brothers. And Steve and I knew, Chris and I knew that if we were really going to get to the bottom line and get an authoritative answer and not just come across as a couple of evangelicals taking cheap shots at the Vatican, the way we were going to have to do that is we were going to have to go to the top of Mount Graham in Arizona, where the Vatican has an advanced technology telescope, and they're also part of the Mount Graham Observatory group. There's 3 telescopes up there. I'm not going to go into all that, but bottom line was I negotiated this through the Arizona State University. If somebody wants a blow-by-blow and all the information, they can get the massive, it was our best-selling book of all time, get the massive book, Exo Vaticana. It is extraordinarily well-researched, hundreds and hundreds of footnotes. We knew we had to cross every T and dot every I, right, on everything that we were saying. Chuck Missler said it's the best book ever written on the subject of astrobiology from a conservative Christian worldview. But we went to the top of Mount Graham. I got this set up. We went up there. We met with the Jesuit who was on duty that day. They allowed us to walk all over the Vatican telescope to see everything there. We went to the radio telescope. We ultimately wound up on the top of that mountain at the large binocular telescope. That's the largest binocular telescope in the world, where the Lucifer device is at. We were shown the Lucifer device. In fact, if people watch the trailer for the new book that's on the front of skywatchtv.com. Skywatchtv.com. Watch the then scroll down the page and find the series we're running over there right now on the final Roman Emperor. You'll see the trailer, and you'll see me and Chris inside the gigantic observatory, the large binocular telescope building, up on the 7th floor. And the man who spent 4 to 5 hours that day with us, one of their lead technology guys, pointing at the middle of the binocular telescope, the twin mirrors, and saying, "This is the Lucifer device." And that's a piece of infrared technology that we believe is allowing them to monitor something that is approaching the Earth based on some things that Malachi Martin had said in 2009, and which we verified with the Jesuit who was on duty there that day. Anyway, bottom line, that was the second book, but it wasn't until we came down off of Mount Graham that we really were made to understand what was happening with that mountain, and the fact that the Apache, who had resisted the Vatican, actually joined environmentalists in Arizona to fight the Vatican and Arizona State University and NASA to try to keep them from building an observatory on the top of that mountain. It wasn't until we came off the mountain that we learned why the Apache wanted to fight them, and it was because they consider Mount Graham to be what you and I, Steve, would call a stargate, a doorway, a portal.
Well, I think that too. Let's just give everyone the name now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Lucifer device. It could have been named anything, but they named it Lucifer, Large Binocular Telescope, Near Infrared Utility with Camera and Integral Field Unit for Extragalactic Research, ER. And what's fascinating to me, Tom, that when you guys found this out is we were able to corroborate a secret meeting there on Mount Graham where the Pope, never announced, went to that area to have a meeting, okay? That was interesting. Tim and, good night, the film team are in Rome, and that little tidbit is thrown out there. And obviously you had confirmation when you were sitting at the restaurant, did you not? So here's the thing. If it's a Stargate, now here's something that I want people to understand that's really, really critical at this point, that we just had the Pope return from Antarctica. We had the entity in the White House, and we had Kirill, the Russian Orthodox Church head, all in Antarctica, Patagonia. And what's fascinating, Tom, is in the special operations community, I was informed by somebody who's really well connected, that they're literally watching anomalous openings and gates powering up, okay? That's what Greg Evenson said on this show. And his source was multi-star or single-star. He, when you're dealing with generals, his sources, I would tell you this, are impeccable. As a matter of fact, after we broke that news, with Greg Evenson broke it on Hagman and Hagman, the two of the mouthpieces that are telling Greg what's going on really wanted people to understand that this is no BS. They actually used a different word, and that the quote-unquote, the gates are opening. So when you first told people on this radio show that Hagman and Hagman about Childhood's End by Arthur C. Clarke, and it came on the television series, I think it's on Netflix, you blew my mind away. I had never read that, but what the aliens portrayed, the way they were portrayed, fits the description of the Vatican astronomers and also a multi-star general who drew it out. Very talented. I mean, amazing artist. What's the chance of those three things happening? So the Pope has a secret meeting. You're dealing with the Stargates. The Native Americans know it's a Stargate. They name their telescope a binocular telescope, and isn't it fascinating? It's a bino telescope. I am absolutely blown away by what corollary confirmation, there you go, by the Spirit of the living God is doing. Now, people, this is real stuff. This isn't Tom and Steve just having passed some mushrooms. By the way, I'm in Montana right now, and Tom is in Missouri. So, you've got to understand this. This is such this is such a God in His love for His creation, opening up all this stuff. And Tom, I was blown away at what your unfettered access there. Do you want to go into what that guy told you in the restaurant?
Yeah, well, it wasn't a restaurant. Yeah. What had happened was we met with a guide. You cannot go up to the top of Mount Graham, by the way. If somebody's listening to this show and if they're thinking, well, I'm just going to go check it out for myself, you won't get anything but arrested and thrown in jail. You cannot go to the top of Mount Graham unless you work this out through Arizona State University like we did. And you have to be taken up there by a guide that works for the observatory. That's the only way you get up there. You go up, 2/3 of the way up the mountain, you run into these giant fences. They're really high. You can't climb over them. They got barbed or razor wire around the top of them. 2 or 3 signs in all kinds of languages, Spanish, Chinese, whatever, American, talking about all the horrible things they're going to do to you if you go over the top of that gate. So you can't get up there unless you're invited. Well, what happens is the road is really windy, a lot of switchbacks, and I had taken some stuff to help me with that at the base of the hill. Joe Artis didn't, and Chris Putnam didn't, and halfway up the hill they were sure wishing they would have. But about 2/3 of the way up the mountain, there's a campground that was built during Roosevelt's New Deal when they were creating jobs, basically, for people that were survivors of the Great Depression. And so he said, we're going to stop here, we're going to have lunch, and then from here we'll go on up the mountain. So we go inside there, and there's a guy, he's the caretaker of the lodge, if you will, and he's got a fire going, and he's sitting there mixing some wood up in the fire, and it's all crackling. So we get our sandwiches, and I go over and I sit down by him, and he starts asking me what we're doing. And I was not trying to give him very much information. Well, we're going up to Mount Graham. We're going up to the top of the mountain to the observatory up there and blah, blah, blah. And Chris is sitting there next to me and Joe. And all of a sudden, the guy that's stirring the fire, you can tell he's been around a long time, one of those old dudes that has seen a lot, right? And he looks at me and he said, why are you going up there? And so we give him a little bit of information. We're not trying to tell him what we're doing. And he said, it wouldn't have nothing to do with the Pope's visit, would it? And we're looking at him like, what in the world are you talking about, right? And I said, what do you mean? And he said, the Pope. He said he come down there in a helicopter the other day and had this visit. And so he's just telling us. So what was funny is we didn't even include that information in the book. And we didn't talk about it publicly, and therefore that was another one of those things where when Timothy Alberino is at the Vatican, and he got, I don't know how much I can say about this, he got behind the door.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want about it because it's in the new, documentary, and we're not.
Well,
giving
some of it
the
is.
crown jewels away.
Yeah, I mean, what he was able, he got connected to the right people, and what Timothy was able to do. I mean, he got into the Jesuit headquarters. Now that there again, this is not just you don't just drive to Rome and say I want to visit with the Jesuit leadership, but he got inside, and so what was ironic was in there he learned about the Pope's visit to Mount Graham. Well, Timothy didn't know what this guy on the mountain had told us, and Joe and Chris do and can verify the story that I'm telling you. So there again, that was like out of the mouth of two witnesses, right? There was a verification. What in the world is the Pope doing flying to the top of Mount Graham, right, to visit with them there about whatever's going on? Well, then Timothy's, authorities that are able to get him past the guards into the Jesuit headquarters at the Vatican, he asked them, he says, really? And he's listening to some of the stuff they're saying, and he says, have you ever read the book by Chris Putnam and Tom Horn, Exo Vaticana? Well, they said they had never even heard of it, but they're telling him everything that we had confirmed and the fact that they are monitoring something from the top of Mount Graham that is approaching the Earth using the Lucifer device, everything the Jesuit on duty there that day had told us. But then maybe I shouldn't say anything about the Stargate. What the guy takes. Yeah, I won't say anything about it. people need to get the new documentary. I'm not even sure if it's in the documentary where they went from there, because some of that stuff is really highly guarded, and Timothy was telling me that, there's parts of that he can't talk about. But bottom line is, Steve, it all verifies exactly what you're saying. This Stargate technology is something very real. When we went to Mount Graham, one of the questions that I asked the Jesuit who was on duty that day, and Guy Consolmagno, who we had hoped to meet there that day, was not there. So I contacted him from Rome, and the head of the Vatican Observatory Research Group, who is on tour right now, going around the world with his new book, and his seminar is titled "Would You Baptize an Alien?" So they keep talking about this stuff. He gave me 5 interviews via the internet from Rome. So we were able to get to really the authoritative voices on all this. But it all goes back to our old friend Malachi Martin. When Malachi was asked in 2009 by Coast to Coast AM, Art Bell, and he said, "Father, why did the Vatican force themselves onto the top of a mountain in southeastern Arizona to build an observatory, and what are they doing up there?" And people can go and YouTube this and listen to Malachi's answer. He said it's because they know at the highest levels of Vatican governance and jurisprudence what is approaching the earth, and that it will be of the utmost importance in coming years. And Malachi, that ignited a firestorm, but he suggested that it would be within a decade or so when he thought whatever this was that is approaching the earth would become very, very important. And about 10 years to the date after that, what happened? 2009, the Vatican. So this is 2 years before we write the book Petrus Romanus. The Vatican convenes a study week on astrobiology at the Pope's summer residence in Gandolfo, Italy. So they invite all these people to come to Italy, to Rome, and it's something like, I forget how many, by the way, 40 or 50, whatever it is, top astronomers, geologists, theologians. But what are they doing? They come together to study one thing, and that is, what will the impact on the Earth's religions be given the disclosure or the discovery of advanced extraterrestrial intelligence? Almost 10 years to the day, right when Malachi said this is going to start becoming important. 90 days after that, the Royal Society, so now we're talking about the oldest scientific body in the world, they come together to celebrate their 350-year anniversary. And of all things that they could pick, what do they pick? People can Google this and read it. They pick a subject matter called alien detection and the implications for society. And people from around the world, again, experts from around the world, including representatives, astronomers from the Vatican, go and they have these closed-door meetings in which Lord Martin Rees, who was the Queen's astronomer at that time and the head of the Royal Society, he said aliens are staring us right in the face in ways that the world is not even aware of. And they talked about extraordinary evidence of this and that. And so, by the way, at the time, because we couldn't get behind those closed doors, I assembled my own gathering of 20 of the world's leading experts to talk about what do you think it is they're talking about behind closed doors. And when we release our book next week, that's only one. All 20 hours of those interviews is only one of the literally hundreds of things that we're giving away with this final book, because this is the final one, the final case, the last thing we have to say on the subject matter. But and we're doing this, I would want the public to also know this. If you're watching this current special investigative report at Skywatch TV, if you're watching it on TV or on the Roku channels or on YouTube, the reason the first 2 weeks of that 5-week report was with Steve Quayle is because his brand new documentary has everything in the world to do with how this all began at Mount Graham, but the much bigger revelations that Timothy Alberino uncovered in Rome, and I'm just going to say this cryptically, the Stargate that he was shown there. I hope I'm not saying something I'm not supposed to say here.
No. Listen, you've got freedom to say whatever you want, because again, it's so critical. Because in the next hour, Tom, ladies and gentlemen, I tell Tom, I said, one of these days when God just gives us supernatural strength and ability, this will be a 3-hour introduction to the end times in a manner and a way that you've probably never considered it. I'll tell you this, that we're talking about, Tom, a moral superior. They're talking about the Vatican's statements, a moral superior alien, if you will, right, civilization. Well, trust me, if they're morally superior, they're not showing up on Earth to molest women, take their eggs, and in all the various sexual positions, pun intended, the aliens get themselves into. I would question the moral superiority. It sounds to me like a return, and I know, and we all know what's really going on here. What they're doing is presenting another gospel. They're presenting their alien, if you will, their plot, their plan, their scheme, in order to seduce mankind away from God's word, from his redemption, and from Jesus. So what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, remember this, we're talking about the largest group of believers, and is it not astonishing to you, Tom? Let me throw this in as an aside, because I don't get something. Maybe you can explain to me how are, and if any traditional Catholics want to email me, that's fine. By the way, I'm not beating up on Catholics. All I'm saying is this, that which they have believed for centuries is now being thrown out the door, and there's kind of a, if you will, there's those that still want to defend, quote, the Pope at all costs, but here's a guy that is absolutely bringing in the very thing your book is talking about. And when you wrote the title to your book, I'm talking about the 4th book, and I guess, is it safe to say this will be the final book of this series?
It is the final book of this series.
Okay, but how strange today. You saw this story, the Pope and an imam have a special meeting, okay? And the deal is the Pope has done everything to be the ultimate ecumenicist and also to basically challenge the divinity of Jesus, the position of Jesus Christ, and basically I have yet to hear him make one biblical statement that he doesn't twist against the original intention of the Scripture. Saying that, my question to you, Tom, how many of the people that contact you, or maybe, I don't know if this is even fair, traditional Catholics are starting to see that what you wrote about in the different books, Petrus Romanus, Exo Vaticana, Path of the Immortals, which we'll talk about, and now your final book, the thing is that are they starting to get it? I mean, are you being contacted from different places and people saying, now I see? Because I'll tell you this, when we get into this in the second hour, people's minds will be blown. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about prophecies that are 900 years old. We're talking about prophecies that are 2,000 years old. And we're talking about not when the days come to pass that this will be on the scene. This stuff's on the scene right now. So are you being contacted by people who are traditional Catholics saying, boy, because, you guys, and you're very humble, and God bless you for that, because a man's gift makes way for him, but the Bible says give credit to whom credit's due, honor to whom honor is due. And I am absolutely blown away for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to go on skywatchtv.com, and you need to go and read the first installment of this episode. Go there today, and then go on the story, and then go to 1, 2, and 3. Because Tom, your encounter with God in heaven when you died, and when you're dead for 15 minutes, I say that counts as being dead. Taken into heaven and shown this stuff. Yet the Lord says to you, "I'm going to seal this up. You won't remember." But the implication was, or implied, is that when it's time, I'll let you remember. And I think that's why, ladies and gentlemen, you got to understand something. You can't hit it out of the ballpark and call it a foul if it's straight line over second base. So what I'm saying is, that's baseball terminology, and I know nothing about sports, but I guess I know the baseball diamond. But the thing is that that's probably the most phenomenal call I know in real time, prior to the event. And so, you know me, I'm on hour 1 with you, and I want to get to hour 3, but we'll deal with this in a logical way. Are there Catholics contacting you?
Yeah, well, and by the way, that was true with Petrus Romanus. That was true with Ex Vaticana. That was true with the last book on the Path of the Immortals. Each of those times, but especially in the first two, Petrus Romanus as well as Ex Vaticana, we did have conservative Catholics. We can talk about some of those later if you want to, who are very concerned. But look, people don't have to take our word for it. If you want to go out there right now and Google what some of the conservative Catholics themselves are saying, some of them are convinced that Pope Francis is actually the false prophet. So there are conservative Catholics and mystics, those who either prophesy or give translations to Catholic prophecies, who believe that the Church right now is moving to fulfill La Salette, moving to fulfill Fatima, moving to fulfill the prophecy of the Pope, in that the Church is moving toward great apostasy. And by the way, in the second and third hour, when we talk about the final Roman emperor, that is was, up through the 15th century, one of the most famous prophecies of the Cumae Sibyl, which was adopted. Even early church fathers like Justin actually quoted these prophecies. And it turned into what others call the Holy Pope legend, meaning that they believe that at the end of time there's going to come a great Roman emperor who's going to work with the final pope, and they're going to establish a dictatorship over the world. And so if you go to Google right now and Google the stuff that you and I are talking about, you don't got to get it from Tom Horn and Chris Putnam. You'll find literally dozens of Catholic blog sites and Catholic websites, especially conservative ones out there right now, that are saying that they are very, very concerned that Pope Francis might actually be the false prophet of publishing house. Never got a copy, ordered it again, never got a copy, got in contact with them, and they said it's being pulled. And that book was pulled basically the same day it was released, and then there was even a concerted effort to collect every copy that had ever been sold and to get it out of the market. So that made it even more mysterious to me. Why in the world were they doing that? So when I got a hold of Brother Guy Consolmagno, he very graciously agreed to be interviewed. He was in Rome at the time at the Pope's Summer Palace. He's the keeper of the Vatican's collection of meteorites and other things, things, that have fallen from out of the sky that the Vatican has today. Some people think Ben stone, stuff like that. But anyway, he's the keeper of all that stuff. I got a hold of him, and I told him we have been at Mount Graham. We had hoped to talk with you. You weren't there. Would you be willing to give us an interview? And me and Chris Putnam put together a whole list of questions and went back and forth with him 5 different times. Well, the very first interview, before he knew that we were going to ask him some tough questions, I said, hey, your book, Intelligent Life in the Universe, is not available anywhere. I can't find it anywhere. I can't buy a used copy. I can't anything. Would it be possible to get a copy? And he sent me his PDF copy of Intelligent Life in the Universe, Catholic Belief and the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligent Life. And now I'm making that book available free with our book next week. It's part of the data library. By the way, we have a data library now that's all 4 years of our investigation. It is literally tens of thousands of pages of research material, ancient documents you can't find anywhere. They're not available anywhere in the world. It's everything that we did to track down all this material. We're giving all that away free with a whole bunch of other stuff, by the way. Over $200 worth of books and other stuff. But that data library is a gold mine. Well, it has Consolmagno's book in it, Intelligent Life in the Universe, and that's the only thing we took our quotes from in the book Ex Vaticana, because we knew that it was so explosive that if we said that he said these things, people would say we were liars. Well, we took those quotes, we published the book. It put so much heat on the Vatican and on Guy Consolmagno that he literally had to go on the observatory website several different times to kind of defend himself against some of the stuff that he had said. But here's part of what he said, Steve, to answer your question. I mean, you're talking about, these aliens being morally superior, but you're comparing them to alien activity, the abduction of people. So I get a hold of him and I say, look, this is like halfway through the interview. It's interview number 3 or so. I say, some of the scholars in the Vatican Church believe in morally superior aliens, and I want to ask you where there could be an example of these morally superior aliens who might come in the future to share the secrets of heaven that's going to cause us to have to change our understanding of the gospel. And he literally points to Genesis chapter 6, and he says, well, are you not aware? Genesis chapter 6, there were giants in the earth in those days, and also, and he starts quoting all of that, and I'm mystified, first of all, that he's using a portion of Scripture that you and I would say was demonic activity, fallen angel activity. He's pointing to that as an example of advanced, morally superior aliens who visited the earth a long time ago. So I asked him about that, and he says, well, haven't you read John 10:16? Another sheep I have, which are not of this fold, them also I must bring, and they shall hear my voice. This is the point he makes. They shall hear my voice, and they shall be one fold and one shepherd. And he uses that, and he says this, and now, by the way, this is a quote right out of his book, Intelligent Life in the Universe, but he quotes it to me in the email. He says, perhaps it is not so far-fetched, therefore, to see the second person of the Trinity, the Word, talking about Jesus, who was present in the beginning, John 1:1, coming to lay down his life and to take it up again, John 10:18. Listen, not only as the Son of Man, but also as a child of these other races. And I fired an email back to him, and I said, Brother Colin Samagno, really, do Vatican scholars actually believe that Jesus might have been the star child of an alien race? I mean, do you and other Jesuits secretly hold that the virgin birth was in reality an abduction scenario in which Mary was impregnated by E.T. and gave birth to the hybrid Jesus? And that was the end of it. As soon as I sent that email, that was the last of it. He wouldn't respond to me again after that. But every quote that we make is actually from his book, and I'm willing to give the book away. We are giving it away on the data library with the release of our 4th and final book. So Steve, when you say, they're talking about these morally superior aliens, and they come down and they rape people and they give birth to hybrid children and yada, 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 yeah, as a matter of fact, as extraordinary as it is, that is what some of the top theology writers at the Vatican right now actually believe.
Well, and again, I think it's critical that everyone understands this. When the Word of God says great deception, and, Tom, we don't have time to go into it, but the aviary was if you will, a group of really high-ranking, high-security clearances, and they claimed they were a private group of guys that got together. A guy named Paul Benowitz overheard transmissions that were inadvertently intercepted, from the base and Kirtland Air Force Base talking about UFOs and aliens. The long story short is they claim to have discs, like literally video discs, of Jesus being crucified and of Jesus meeting with his alien progenitors, okay? So the whole UFO are gods, is the basis of aliens, the ancient alien series. And let me just let the cat out of the bag. When you find out that, by the way, I think Zecharia Sitchin was probably one of the greatest researchers of our time, but when you find out his proximity to the Jesuits and that they were the founding source behind the funding source and the founding source of his whole dialogue of the Anunnaki, let me make it easy for everyone. The Anunnaki, nothing more than fallen angels. Genesis chapter 6, okay? Verse 4. And Numbers 13:33, and all the different places it appears in the Scripture. And contrary to one woman who said, you take obscure Scriptures out and make a whole theology around it. I said, ma'am, you're talking about the basis of evil, And Jesus in John talks about Jesus, that for this purpose was the Son of God manifested, that he might destroy the works of the evil one. Tom, what happens when the Vatican makes the announcement that they live and they've been here amongst us, and now mankind faces a global destruction from whatever made up or real forces that are manifesting to destroy mankind, but the Savior of the world, not Jesus, will come on the scene in the place of Jesus Christ. I think what's going to be important for us to deal with the next hour is, number one, the prophecy of the command Sybil, and let's let people understand that the devil has ruled through secret societies and arcane and occult, which means hidden knowledge, and now if you will, the explosion. I love the word preternatural. Preternatural, you call it preternatural. I call it preternatural. Yeah, it does. It's like gnosis and gnosis and halitosis. But the point being is that we're talking about something that has been so far off the radar screen, and even the mental shock of people that how do I say this, that are still trying to cope with the Vatican's transition from what I would call at least a basic biblical representation on number one, Jesus still hanging on a cross. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think tonight is going to be a pivotal moment. What Tom and I have learned from these 17 years, 16 years, whatever, being on the radio together, when he releases something, and it seems like I get to be the second witness, and we get to witness to each other's stuff. God does something, and this is a sense I have in my spirit tonight. So, Tom, you wanted to finish off something, because I think it's really critical that people cannot understand the rise of radical Islam and the embracing of radical Islam by the Vatican until they understand the prophecy of the Cumaean Sybil and also, the last Roman emperor. So, I mean, we're not just, quote, telling people what's in the future. We're telling them what's going on right now. So go ahead and finish your point, sir. I don't want to cut you off in any way.
Yeah, because the underlying theme behind the Cumaean Sybil's prophecy, what we found out at Mount Graham, the idea that there are Vatican intellectuals who believe the earth is getting ready to be visited by supernatural, intelligence from another world. All of those different themes, in their own way, really talk about one thing. That is, the earth is getting ready to be visited by a superintelligence. So whether you call him the Antichrist in the book of Revelation, whether you call him the last Roman emperor from 15th century prophecy, whether it's the Cumaean Sybil prophesying that Apollo is actually going to return to give birth to a new golden age, all of the both occultic and biblical prophetic utterances tell us that a time is coming where a man is going to appear on the earth, and he is going to be the ruler of the final earthly empire just before the second coming of Jesus Christ. And the book of Revelation calls him the Antichrist. But now, is this going to be some person that suddenly appears on the political world scene that seems to have the answers to everything? Is this going to be something different coming down from heaven? When we went to the break a moment ago, you were talking about, why in the world do these Vatican authorities believe that we are going to be visited, that it's more likely than not that we're going to be visited by intelligence from another dimension that's going to require us to have to change everything we've ever known about the gospel. So the only point I wanted to make, kind of follow up on the last thing that you had said before we went to the commercial, is that when you look at the Bible and what it says about the Antichrist, it does lead you to believe that it could include some kind of deception that the world will perceive as being extraterrestrial. In other words, like 2 Thessalonians 2:9, where it says the Antichrist will appear with lying signs and wonders. Luke 21, where it says his coming is going to be marked by fearful sights and great signs from heaven. Is that what Malachi Martin was talking about, that's approaching the earth on Mount Graham? That the Antichrist and the false prophet are described as being aligned, actually, with the powers of the air, and they're able to call down fire from heaven, Revelation 13 says. One of the most intriguing of all of these kind of verses that may work together is Daniel, who says that the Antichrist is actually going to champion the worship of a strange alien god. By the way, if you read that in the Hebrew, that's exactly what he's saying. Daniel 11:38-39, in his estate, I'm reading this now, King James, right? Shall he honor the God of forces, and a God whom his fathers knew not shall he honor with gold and silver and precious stone and pleasant things. Thus shall he do in the strongholds with a strange God whom he shall acknowledge and increase with glory. Several parts of that prophecy, and I've read this from the best scholarship out there, stand out as very unusual, very strange language. First of all, this God of forces, or alternately the God of fortresses in the Hebrew, that's connected to Baal Shamim, but it literally means the Lord of the heavens, the Lord of the out there. Now, the Gnostic later worshipped that deity, God of the fortresses, as the greatest angel of light, or in other words, Lucifer. But the second part of that verse, where it says he's a strange God, the Hebrew text there can literally be rendered an alien God. So there is reasons to believe that the Vatican is operating based on something they think they know. And that was part of the second book, Exo Vaticana. By the way, I'm going to do something. Hang on a second here. I'm making this up as I go.
Yeah, I know that makes your order department just happy. I've seen it happen in real time, ladies and gentlemen, where Tom comes up with I would say this, a spur of the moment deal of the century.
Well, they're going to really hate me for this, but because what it does is, they get these special deals put together, and then they know that they can use a flat rate box that'll deliver anywhere in the U.S. for a certain amount of money. And then I come on radio and do something different, and it just throws everything off. But I'm going to do it anyway, because there are a lot of people out there who are tuning in for the first time. And I know, by the way, our Roku channel for Skywatch TV now is probably at 1.5 million program plays per month. We know that we're picking up, and that's just Roku. That's not our cable network. That's not our YouTube. That's not anything. So we know we're picking up an awful lot of new followers that may not know anything about what we're talking about tonight, and they certainly have never read any of these first three books. So here's what I'm going to do. Next week, 1 week plus 1 day from now, on Tuesday the 31st, we are releasing the new book, The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade at skywatchtv.com. We already are giving away over $200 worth of books, movies, the dated discs, all this stuff. We're giving it away. And you can go over there right now. There's a YouTube on the top of skywatchtv.com. You can watch that giveaway. It's the biggest giveaway of 2016 with this book. But if you do go there starting on Tuesday of next week, and if you buy that book, when you go into the comments box at checkout, type in, I heard you on Hagman and Hagman, and I'm going to make sure that they send you the other $60 worth of these first books. The first book, Petrus Romanus, the second book, Exo Vaticana, and last year's best-selling book, The Path of the Immortals. All three of those books, all three of them have been best-selling books in the classical sense. And I'm going to make sure they give you those as well as all that other stuff they're giving you. But you have to type into the comments box, I heard you on Hagman and Hagman. Anyway, I'll take a lot of heat from that, but I'm going to do it. Because people that are listening to this, especially for the first time, may not have a clue what we're talking about. And I want them to have those books, this 4 years of research. Now, the final, so we do need to move on to this last book and talk about the Cumae Sibyl. But the final thing I'd want to say, carried over from the first hour, was when we came down from Mount Graham, and this is what ultimately forced us to write book number 3, The Path of the Immortals. It was not until we came down off Mount Graham that I even understood why the Apache had been in a war with the Vatican and NASA and Arizona State University to try to stop them from building the observatory on Mount Graham. So I had made an assumption. I went on Sid Roth, It's Supernatural. I went on the radio with you, Steve. I went on the Jim Baker show. And I kept saying this same line. I kept saying that the Apache and other indigenous people had joined environmentalists in Arizona to fight the Vatican to try to keep them from going up on the top of that mountain because Mount Graham was for them holy ground. And what I meant by that was the Apache had been there ahead of everybody else. Therefore, their foremothers and forefathers had lived and died on that mountain. And so it was like a graveyard. And, taking all this big machinery up there to build this giant observatory research center was going to disturb the mountain and might break the bones of their dead ancients. And so it was kind of like a graveyard. So I was on TV and radio and whatever saying that. Well, I had just got off Sid Roth, It's Supernatural, saying that, and I get an email. And this is the guy who is a member of the Apache Nation. And he wanted me to know that while what I had said was okay, it was true enough, that's true, obviously, that it's like a graveyard, and that's part of why they didn't want him up there. But that was not the issue. And this was the day the light went on in my head. He said the issue, the reason that the Apache Nation did not want the Vatican going onto the top of Mount Graham is because Mount Graham is one of the 4 holiest mountains in all of the world for all American indigenous people. And it is, he said, because Mount Graham is what you would call a stargate, a doorway, a portal, a strategic geographic location through which entities have entered into and exited from Earth's three-dimensional reality since the dawn of time. Well, Steve, when he told me that, I'm telling you what, the conspiracy meter in my head went off the Richter scale, because immediately I started thinking, wait a minute. The fact that the Vatican was willing to go to federal court and fight to be on this mountain, had always been a mystery to me. Why not just go to another mountain, find the same elevation, find the same environmental situations, find an area where the community would love to have you because they think maybe you're going to bring some economy to that area. Why go through all this trouble? This then made metaphysical sense to me, that the Vatican wanted on the top of that mountain because this mountain was something different than what most of us can even begin to comprehend. Well, the first thing I did was I ran out and vetted what I had heard. I made sure that was true. But the wheels started turning in my head, and ultimately it led to me sending Chris Putnam and a film crew back to Mount Graham, as well as Sedona, Arizona, and that whole kind of, eastern tip of what they call the Anasazi Trail, while I went to the Four Corners. And now I think that kind of brings people up to where we are now, because I think everybody knows pretty much the story about me going to the Four Corners, meeting with a fourth generation medicine man, and all the stuff that we did in the book On the Path of the Immortals that had to do with this question. Is this idea that Mount Graham is a portal, is that just like a New Age idea? Is that an American Indian idea? Or is there a biblical precedent for this idea that there are strategic locations of the earth that are doorways, gateways? And once we started down that road, we couldn't even read the Bible the same way anymore, because you look in the Old Testament and you definitely see the mountain of God, Mount Zion. You see that if Moses is going to meet with God, he's got to go to the top of the Mount of Sinai. And then you come into the New Testament, you hear Jesus saying, from henceforth, you will see the windows, the gateways of heaven open, and angels ascending and descending. You go into the prophetic book, Jesus returns, and his feet touch down on the top of Mount Hermon. So the whole Bible started reading entirely different to us, and that's pretty much what the book, The Path of the Immortals, is all about. And one final thing, Steve, is that you were talking earlier in the first hour about stargates and doorways. The Path of the Immortals has a lot to say about stargates and doorways, but not just that at one time in ancient times they opened, through which the giants emerged onto the earth, but the New Testament, and especially the prophetic text, we concluded that this is the most overlooked aspect of end-times biblical prophecy, that not only did those gates open once before, but they are prophesied to open once again. And that the giants that are contained within the belly of the earth are going to emerge onto the surface of the earth. That's biblically prophetic.
Well, and I think that obviously the idea that is going to come into everyone's reality with even a semblance of ability to think is that this whole thing is a supernatural, multi-dimensional setup, okay? And when we say to people, you better understand what's happening, because if you don't, you're going to be swallowed up by it. This is why Jesus said, and Tom, the light went off for me the night you and I were doing radio, I don't know, 5-7 years ago, whenever, and you talked about the gates of hell. Up until that point, that scripture had never entered into my spirit. And I've been writing about this stuff, but then I saw it, and it was my time to see that. So, the thing that I think is critical for people to understand is, look, there is a war going on. It is not optional. It is not, well, I think I need to take a break and go play my video game. Or, excuse me, the Super Bowl, the Sugar Bowl, the Hula Bowl, the Happy Bowl, and the Toilet Bowl are all on right now. And I just want to take a break from reality. Well, the ultimate divorce from reality is the fact that this stuff is playing out. It's playing out in the theaters. It's playing out in movies. It's playing out in the headlines. 100 people. You carried the story on Skywatch. 100 kids getting demon-possessed by a dark man. The amount of the werewolf in London. It's not a song by, I forget who first sang that, but now they're werewolf sightings. People are having preternatural events. Now, again, this is what's going to happen, and the gates of hell will not prevail. But if they're not going to prevail, it certainly doesn't say they're not going to attempt to. So let's get to the command Sybil right now, because basically on your new work, and I think, by the way, I love the title, okay? You know me. I want Tom Horn's bottom line, okay? And this is the bottom line. The final Roman emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's last crusade. How many times have we heard that the Vatican, that the Holy Roman Empire, the 10 nations, blah, blah, blah. I remember saying 20 years ago, what happens if that's Islamic nations? And I think one guy, a newsletter writer, called it Islamistan. And now we've got the absolute playing out of this. And for the record, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be blown away at how fast this thing takes foot. So, Tom, share if you would, because I think this is the most amazing thing that when you guys were working on the background for part 4, of your series, The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade, how the Sibyls, if you will, the prophetesses, and I would say hell's mouthpieces, play so important a role, and that the Vatican believes them. Can you lay that out, sir?
Yeah. So let me first talk about the basic premise of the book, and I wish now that I had Chris Putnam here, because he did a great deal of the research into the prophecies of the Cumae Sibyl as it involved the final Roman emperor, but I can summarize it as I'm part of the book. The last Roman emperor, or if you're out there Googling about this, you might turn up the great Catholic monarch, which is what some of the Catholics also believe. And by the way, if you're listening to this show, this is not something me and Putnam just made up. This is a belief that was extraordinarily believed by the Vatican itself, by the Pope, by the theologians of the Church, all the way up through the 15th century. But even to this day, there are Catholic television shows, blog sites, in which they totally believe in this coming Catholic monarch, and some of them are tying it with the arrival of Pope Francis. Now, why? Well, we'll talk about that in a moment. So this is a legend. It actually developed this eschatology of the Roman Catholic Church that predicted that in the end times there was going to be a last emperor, and he would appear on earth. He would reestablish the Holy Roman Empire, and he would stall the coming of the Antichrist. And according to ancient interpretation of the prophecy, the reign of this emperor or monarch would be connected to the arrival of the final pope. So that's what makes this very, very important. And between the two of them, according to Catholic hope, they're going to restore Christendom to its rightful state after a period of apostasy. The prophecy was originally given by one of the Apollonian Sibyls, which we'll define that more in a moment, the Sibyls of Apollo. This one in particular is sometimes called the Tiburtine Sibyl. And let me read you just a part of the prophecy so that you understand kind of where, part of the background to the upcoming book is coming from. Here's part of the prophecy in which he allegedly said under unction. She said, this final emperor, he's going to be, quote, the king of the Romans and the Greeks. He's going to be tall of stature, of handsome appearance, with shining face. He's going to put together in all parts, or well put together in all parts of his body. But he is going to devastate all of the islands and the cities of the pagans and will destroy all idolatrous temples. Let me jump in here for a moment. And not to confuse people, but when you look at the title of our book, The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade, some people think that that title implies that Chris and I believe that the Antichrist is going to be Muslim. And that is not what the title of that book is talking about. Joel Richardson is a friend of mine, but we are not talking about his thesis about the Islamic Antichrist. What we are talking about, and which you will discover in the book, is that what Islam, the radical Islamists today, ISIS, for instance, what they believe about the coming of their Mahdi was actually plagiarized hundreds of years ago from this prophecy of the Quayle Sibyl. They took it and they Islamified it, if you will, to be a prophecy about the coming of their end times Mahdi. While the Catholics took this prophecy of the Quayle Sibyl and they Christianized it, or they Catholicized it, to be the coming of the leader of the Vatican. And so both of these actually are derived from an ancient prophecy of the Quayle Sibyl, who's actually talking about the coming of Apollo. So, if that helps you, but in this Tiburtine prophecy, it expands on the coming of this god Apollo and says that he is going to drive all the pagans out and destroy all idolatrous temples. That is why you see the Islamists right now tearing down all these pagan temples, destroying all this stuff that they think belongs to the pagans, killing even Muslims who don't agree with their point of view or their faith, because they believe that that is part of their prophesied duty to wipe out the infidels and to wipe out the apostates. The Catholics, however, believe that the coming Roman emperor is going to work with the final pope, and they're going to purify Catholicism. They're going to drive out all the apostates within Catholicism. Now, keep that in mind, because in a little bit I want to make a point about some of the stuff Pope Francis is doing. But let me get back to the prophecy. He will call all pagans to baptism, and in every temple the cross of Christ will be erected. This is the Catholic version. Then Egypt and Ethiopia will be eager to stretch their hands to God. Whoever does not adore the cross of Jesus Christ will be punished by the sword. When his years have completed, at that time, the prince of iniquity, who will be called Antichrist, will rise from the tribe of Dan. He will be the son of perdition, the head of pride, the master of error, the fullness of malice, who will overturn the world and do wonders and great signs through dissimulation. He will delude many by magic art, so that fire will seem to come down from heaven. Let me jump ahead here. When the Roman Empire shall have ceased, now this starts combining with the prophecy of the Pope, the destruction of Rome, then the Antichrist will be openly revealed and will sit in the house of the Lord in Jerusalem. While he is reigning, two very famous men, Elijah and Enoch, will go forth to announce the coming of the Lord. Antichrist will kill them, and after 3 days they will be raised up by the Lord. Then there will be great persecution, such as has not before nor ever shall be thereafter. The Lord will shorten those days for the sake of the elect, and the Antichrist will be slain by the power of God through Michael, the archangel of the Mount of Olives. End quote. So here you have a very, very ancient, in fact, nobody knows exactly how old this prophecy is, that came from the prophetesses of Apollo, but that was Christianized. Now, by the way, this prophecy was quoted by Justin, who is in direct line with John, the beloved disciple of Jesus. It was quoted by numerous other early church fathers. So there was a great amount of belief system, and this prophecy precedes the early church fathers themselves. So we're talking about something extraordinarily old as Jesus or older. Nobody really even knows how old this prophecy is. But it's definitely talking about the end of time and the final destruction of Rome. Now, here's why this is partly important, and I'll try to move through this quickly. That prophecy, the final Roman emperor, is interesting in light of the current spread of Islam and ISIS, as that prophecy specifically deals with how the final emperor and the Pope are going to rise during a war, they say. And this is part of the prediction that I make in this final book. It's my biggest prediction yet. But it's a war in which the Muslim nations, according to the Quayle Sibyl, they invade, they conquer, they occupy Europe. Catholic scholars today say that's going to be World War III. And then, in a subsequent war following that, Catholic scholars call that World War IV. Europe then is free. Now, why is this important? Because look at what Pope Francis has been saying and doing, even over the last 10 weeks. He has been diligently preaching the last few weeks, almost kind of like the messenger preparing the way, if you will, for the coming of the final Roman emperor. He has been preaching the same thing that the Quayle Sibyl said, that this final emperor is not going to lead to the end of the Jewish and Islamic and Catholic faith, but he is going to do away with the division within Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, and he is going to combine these religious systems, Judaism, Catholicism, or Christianity, and the Islamic faith. Now, and I'll come back to what Pope Francis is doing here in a moment, because I want to first throw something out at you here that you need to hear. In the 12th century, there was an abbot by the name of Urdine di Otrante. You can look up his prophecies on the internet. But in the 12th century, here's what he said. He said, when this great monarch and this final great pope arrive, they will precede the Antichrist. He said the nations will be in wars for 4 years, and a great part of the world will be destroyed, and the sects will vanish. The capital of the world will fall. The capital of the world he doesn't identify, but it's going to fall. Is that America? Is that Rome? We don't know. The Pope will go over the sea carrying the sign of redemption on his forehead, and after the victory of the Pope and the great monarch, peace will reign on the earth. Now, here's the part I want you to hear. The Pope will cross, I'm quoting now Abbot Worden de Otrante, who is reading the prophecy of the Cumae Sibyl. The Pope will cross the sea, listen to what he says, in the year when the Feast of St. George, now we did all the research around this, the Feast of St. George is April 23rd. When the Feast of St. George falls on Good Friday, and St. Mark's Feast, that's April 25th, falls on Easter Sunday, and the Feast of St. Anthony, that's June 13th, falls on Pentecost, and the Feast of St. John the Baptist, which is June the 24th, falls on Corpus Christi. So he gives a very, very specific timeline. Well, guess what? The concurrences of those feasts will not take place until 2038 and not before. So if you then take the prophecy of the final Roman emperor, the war of the great Catholic monarch that is considered to be World War IV, that lasts 4 years, so you back up. The Pope crosses the sea to Europe from the U.S., where the Holy See is going to be in exile, according to the Pope. That's from the latter part of the World War III aspect of this prophecy. And then the Pope crosses the sea. This would have to be in 2038. Therefore, the war has to end in 2037. I know this is all sounding confusing, but I'm getting somewhere. Which means that it starts 4 years earlier than that, around 2033 or 2034, and Europe is occupied during the 2020s, and so the war in which the Muslim extremists conquer Europe has to occur in the year, actually between 2016 and 2017. So we're talking about a very old prophecy. And Abbot Worden's analysis of the prophecy is from the 12th century, that all say the same thing, by the way, that so many other. I wrote the book, Zenith 2016, how many ancient cultures are there that's going to tell us, right, that this is all going to culminate starting in 2016 through 2018. It's extraordinary. But here again, the prophecy of the Cumae Sibyl, and the interpretation by Abbot Worden de Otrante from the 12th century gives us the time frame in which the dominoes are going to start falling later in 2016 and the year 2017, and at some point this character, if you will, is going to appear on the world scene. Now, okay, I gave you a whole bunch of stuff, and it's all very confusing because you have to read the book to really wrap your head around all this. So let me break it down into something more simple. And these are the most amazing points about what the Pope is doing now and this final book. Number one, the final Roman emperor prophecy happens when the final Pope arrives. So that's the bottom line. When the final Pope arrives on the Malachy list, that is when the final Roman emperor is going to appear. Number two, the Sibyl saw something that is extraordinary. Because don't forget, this was written about literally thousands of years ago. And she literally describes how international democracy will be viewed as a failed system in the world's mind. And therefore there will be a push to return to a global monarchy or a dictatorship with socialist leanings. I mean, is that extraordinary or what? Given what Pope Francis has been saying, what the United Nations has been saying, given that more than 50% of Americans under the age of 30 would vote for an avowed socialist in Bernie Sanders, this seems extraordinary. Thirdly, this new global monarchy or dictatorship is going to result in what the Sibylline called the Golden Age under the return of Apollo Osiris. We can talk more about that if we get time. That's the prophecy on the Great Seal of the United States. Fourthly, at the core of the last emperor is the idea that apostate, an apostate is anybody that don't agree with me if I say so, right? They're going to be driven from both the Mohammedan and Christian religion, uniting in a single harmonized and global religious order under the final pope and the final emperor. Now, brother, that is amazing, given what Pope Francis has been saying over just the last 10 days. Only two examples. Number one, he gave an interview a week and a half ago, chock full of commentary, literally torn from the Sibyl's prophecy, for those who understand the prophecy, in which he said, quote, "It is true that the idea of conquest, which is part of the emperor prophecy, is inherent in the soul of Islam. However, it is also possible to interpret the objective in Matthew's gospel, where Jesus sends his disciples to all nations in terms of the same idea of conquest." This is literally codifying, if you will, the prophecy of the Cumae Sibyl about the final Roman emperor, in that Francis is saying, he even went on to say that Muslim migrants need to breed with Europeans. It's the Europeans that the Cumae Sibyl said would be infiltrated and overthrown by the final Roman emperor and the final pope. He said they need to breed with Europeans to assure their growing dominance and presence in throughout Europe. And then just earlier today, and Steve, I think you already know this. I'm sure that you, Hagman, Joe, and Doug already know this. Just today, Pope Francis actually embraced the top imam in a historic meeting at the Vatican, and then he made a cryptic announcement at the end of it, and this is going to have people's mind lit up for a while. He said, "Our meeting is the message." He didn't even explain that. Our meeting is the message. He meets with the Grand Imam of Cairo's Al-Azhar Mosque at the Vatican today in a historic encounter. It was sealed with a hugely symbolic hug and exchange of kisses. The Vatican said that this is the first meeting between the leader of the world's Catholics and the highest authority in Sunni Islam. I'm reading this now from the headline. Marks the culmination of a significant improvement in relations between the two faiths since Francis took office in 2013. Our meeting is the message, Francis said in a brief comment to a small pool of reporters present at the start of the meeting with Sheikh Ahmed Al-Tayyib, again torn straight, literally, from the pages of the Sibyl's final emperor prophecy. So, and all of this happening after Chris Putnam and I sent the book to the typesetter, and it's actually being shipped this week to us. By the way, we're going to get that book to the people from Hagman and Hagman that order it even before the stores even receive it. But so how extraordinary is that?
Well, I think it's not only extraordinary, I think it echoes or, if you will, underscores my statement. It's fascinating that it's like God is using world events to put exclamation points on that which he's placed within his people's hearts to warn his people. You know, the scripture says, surely Lord God will do nothing except he reveals his secrets to his servants, the prophets. And I'm not, the testimony of Jesus, the spirit of prophecy. But look at the timing, Tom. This meeting today, actually the reported meeting today is on the night that you and I are on with Doug Hagman, and that was set weeks ago, okay? This night, right, ladies and gentlemen, was set weeks ago for us to appear. So what I find it interesting is every single day, and the medium, this meeting is a message. That's a takeoff on Marshall McLuhan's famous statement that the media is the message. And so what he's saying is what you see is happening before your eyes. I believe that was the greatest illuminist statement that's been so plain for all to see. And the fact that, here's what I think we've got to make it clear, that obviously that Satan knows the latitude that God's given to him, and it's going to play out. But God has warned his people. And, Tom, I'll tell you what, sends goosebumps through my body right now. I know what happens when events of this magnitude take place, and I know that the dominoes, okay, the dominoes that have hidden evil, the dominoes that have kept evil out of our dimension are down. The gates are open. The stargates are opening. And for the record, just as Tim found out all over the world the universal symbol for stargates is a spiral. It didn't matter if they were in Sardinia. It didn't matter if they were in Rome. It didn't matter if they were in Malta. It didn't matter if they were in Peru, Bolivia. The universal symbol for stargates is the spiral. The Native Americans that contact me, they're saying there's a lot of events happening. There's a lot of gates opening. And what I think is fascinating, the ancients understood one thing, and I don't know how it all works, but they knew that when the volcanoes started going off, that the evil spirits that were, if you will, held in abeyance for this specific time would be released. And whether it's Popo in Mexico City or it's, Simbayang or Reventador, any of the bigger volcanoes, Mount Etna, Vesuvius is probably next, but all of these are going off. And, Tom, you cannot separate them from the legends of the fallen angels. Now, here's what I find that's fascinating. We're watching, if you will, the whole Earth, E-A-R-T-H, convulse. We're watching the birth pangs, and I don't think people are going to like what's being born on this earth. I don't think, and I'm talking about the evil that's coming. But in your book, you detail such a specific series of events that have been laid out thousands of years before. And isn't it interesting? People should realize this. The preeminent Sibyl in the Sistine Chapel represented is the Cumaean Sibyl. Is that not true?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, let's talk about that a little bit. But let me follow up with one final statement about what I had said a moment ago. That these prophecies of the Cumaean Sibyl that came down, they were borrowed by other Sibyls. They were repeated by even early church fathers. That resulted in the coming of the great end times monarch, this leader of a final world system. I believe that what the Catholics have done is that they have taken the prophecies of the Cumaean Sibyl, and in a way they've reversed them to set themselves up for great deception. Why would I say that? Because they believe that there's a coming great socialist dictator, so does Francis evidently, who's going to work with this final pope, and he's going to be their temporary savior, and that the Antichrist is not going to appear until after the final emperor. But I believe that's the exact opposite of what the book of Revelation teaches, that the great monarch, the great emperor, is going to be the Antichrist working with a false prophet, according to the book of Revelation, and it's not until after that the second coming of Jesus Christ occurs. The ISIS Islamists are also deceived because they too plagiarized the Cumaean Sibyl's prophecy to point to their coming Mahdi, and so in the same way they're going to accept the Savior. In fact, we have a chapter in our book on the final Roman emperor, how Muslims, Jews, and Christians are all going to be deceived by the coming of the final Roman emperor, are going to accept Antichrist as their Savior. Well, of course, the book of Revelation makes that point too. But I believe that so all three, the Jews, the Christians and Catholics, and the Muslims, are going to accept this false prophet, which is going to be the Antichrist. So the connection of the ancient Sibyls, the prophetess of the god Apollo, Osiris, Nimrod, is literally extraordinary in light of her reverential place that you mentioned a moment ago in the Sistine Chapel and on the Great Seal of the United States of America. Now, is this just Tom Horn and Chris Putnam and Steve Quayle being evangelicals and therefore like the Protestants of the turn of the century, and we're taking a shot at Catholicism to accuse them of being the Antichrist and whatever? What an awful lot of Catholics might not know is that is exactly the belief system of many of the early Catholic theologians. many early Catholic theologians and many of their most celebrated visions, Marian apparitions, including La Salette, pointed to how the day would come in which Rome would become apostate, and Rome would actually become the seat of the Antichrist and lead the world in the misdirection. There is highly placed church experts, even in recent years, that have asserted that there is Satan worship that is very real, very powerful, that is occurring inside the Leonine walls of the Holy See in order to establish the coming of Antichrist in the place of Christ, or in the place, the Antichrist as the celebrated final Roman emperor, the great monarch. By the way, for instance, if Catholics listen to this show want to Google some of this to make sure that I'm not just making this up, Google Monsignor Luigi Martinelli, who about 15 years ago wrote a book called Gone with the Wind in the Vatican, sold 100,000 copies in just the first 3 weeks. And look at what it discusses. Satanism being practiced by the highest cardinals at the Vatican. There's an exorcist you can Google, Archbishop Emmanuel Milongo. He actually spoke at the Fatima 2000 celebration when the vision of Fatima was allegedly released at the International Conference on World Peace, and he charged high-ranking members of the church hierarchy as being in league with Satan, he said, and that they too were working to try to mislead the Catholic faithful into the acceptance of the final Roman emperor as a messianic-like figure that's going to lead this new world order, if you will, but that in fact they would be deceived into accepting the Antichrist. Of course, you know, Malachi Martin, the Pontifical Biblical Institute writer that we've talked about so many times, at the time that Emmanuel Milongo, the Archbishop, said what he did at Our Lady of Fatima 2000, the Manhattan magazine, The Fatiman Crusader, they asked Martin, because there was some public alarm that was raised about what Milongo was saying about high-ranking Vatican officials who were followers of Satan. They asked him about it, and Martin said anybody who's acquainted with the state of affairs in the Vatican in the last 35 years is well aware that the princes of darkness have had and continue to have their surrogates in the court of St. Peter in Rome. So this is something that for modern Catholics comes as a real surprise. They don't have any idea that some of their recent theologians, as well as some of the ancient theologians, agreed, and some of their venerated Marian apparitions, that Rome would become the seat of the Antichrist and lead the world into deception based on this final Roman emperor, this final monarch prophecy. It's a real surprise. Most modern Catholics today, I talk to them all the time. They're absolutely astonished. They can't believe it when I tell them, look, some of the early church fathers of the Roman Catholic Church, some of the most celebrated of their theologians, said that at the end of time, the Vatican would become the seat of the Antichrist. They are astonished by that, but it's actually a pretty common eschatology among high-level Catholic scholars. Men like, here's some more names to Google, Cardinal Henry Manning, Bishop Salvador Zola, Frederick William Pele. These are extraordinary names in Catholic history, and all of them saw that in the last days, a demonically infested clergy at the highest levels in Rome would subvert and use the papacy as a political vehicle for an occult world order. And that's, of course, what Malachi Martin wrote so much of his books and material about. And by the way, 10 years before Malachi said something pulled his feet out from under him while he was preparing for an exorcism, and he later died, he was working on a book at that time. And he said it was going to be his most explosive book ever. the title of it was going to be called Primacy, how the institutional Roman Catholic Church became a creature of the New World Order. And at that time, if you recall, he was very outspoken about pedophilic Satanism at the heart of the Vatican, throughout the College of Cardinals, all the way down to the local parishes. He said they were in league with a secret diabolicus that began following what he called an enthronement of the fallen archangel Lucifer in the Roman Catholic citadel in the 1960s. And I think we've talked about this before, so maybe we shouldn't go over it again, but he said there was a ritual to enthrone Lucifer as the Prince of Rome, and secondly, to assure that inception happened, and that an immaterial spirit, the spirit of Lucifer, was embodied within a final pope. He even wrote the book, The Final Conclave. And here we are living in this very moment in time, right? And in that book,
absolutely,
in the Keys to His Blood, he said John Paul was scared. John Paul, he said, was terrified. He had come up against an irremovable presence in the Vatican that he called the super force, and they were working to make sure that the prophecy of the Cumae Sibyl, the final Roman emperor, this last monarch, that Catholics around the world would be deceived into accepting this individual as their temporary Messiah, as their leader and the final pope, but they would actually be embracing the Antichrist. Well, this has come full circle. This has come to fruition now. We're at the final pope, and he is behaving in such a way that it appears that he too sees himself in a role, because now he's out there doing, Steve, what you said you dreamt of or you had a vision of when you were a young preacher, that the day would come in which the Muslim faith and the Catholic faith would be united into this end-time super force that Malachi Martin said would cause the Vatican to become the seat of the Antichrist.
Well, and I've shared that, but again, here's the other issue, Tom, that really is critical at this point. The amount of disclosure that's coming, the amount of exoplanets, everything we deal with, okay? One thing that I was praying about one night about what else the Lucifer telescope is looking for. People automatically assume it's Planet X. I know in my Bible when New Jerusalem comes down out of heaven, could it be that they are also looking for that because they know the lateness of the hour, they know their prophecies, and that's one thing that terrifies them that they cannot control because it's under God's control? Have you ever considered that?
I missed part of what you said, Steve. Sorry.
Oh, I said, have you ever considered that the Vatican may be looking for New Jerusalem because they understand, in addition to Planet X and everything else, but it's interesting because obviously they know the lateness of the hour. Lucifer has deceived his followers that they're going to make war against God and defeat him. But the curiosity of the infrared spectrum, and I know a little bit about infrared, but the point being, is it not also, it troubles me, not that it troubles, it just puts me into one of those light switch moments that we talk about New Jerusalem coming down out of heaven, and that happens at a certain point. But what is it? I think they're looking for multiple, how should I say this, events. Now, you went on record, the Vatican guy said to you and Chris when you were at Mount Graham, we've got to wait for the fields to clear sometimes through our telescopes. Obviously, the higher the magnification, the smaller the field, for the UFOs to get out of the way. Could it also be, I'm just throwing this out, that being aware of the scriptures and being aware of the fight that's coming and their embracing of the fallen one and his followers, Lucifer and his followers, could it not be that too? In essence, what challenges them? Now, obviously, they got the Hubble and everything, but they're fixed, and obviously they know about Planet X. So, I'm just throwing that out there. Have you ever considered that?
Yeah, I was thinking about that not long ago. This whole thing with the Kepler star and the constellation Cygnus, where they're talking about maybe it's an alien megastructure. They don't know what it is, right?
Tom.
Some people saying maybe it's the Dyson sphere. But the thing that went through my head is, what if it's the New Jerusalem? And the other thing is, don't forget that the Scripture says about Satan, this thing is coming down, it's nearing the earth. What if it is the New Jerusalem? Remember what it says about Satan, that he knows that his time's coming to an end. He knows that he has but a few days, that there is a timing.
Hey, Tom, let's this is my favorite term. The bottom line that you want people to live with, or actually to leave with after reading, the last in the series, as you penned it with Chris, you guys co-wrote it, co-authored it. What is the most astonishing thing in Tom Horn's mind? Look, we talk about a lot of stuff, and we've covered so much territory. We're watching multi-dimensional chess game played out with the devil moving his pieces into place, and God already declared checkmate on the cross. But it's still the game is still, when I say the chess game is still going to play out with eternal consequences. What is the most, if I would say to you, what is the most relevant, revelatory thing that God has opened up to you in the same context as when he gave you the understanding of the Pope's resignation? Does that make sense?
Yeah, and so there were people when we went to the break, and Doug asked if I could please make a commentary about the Dyson sphere issue, which I had raised. Let me do that real quickly, and then I'll sum this all up. I'll try to do it very quickly, because actually this is connected to you too, Steve. This whole thing about the Vatican being the biggest duck in the puddle with regard to, controlling the flow of disclosure information for the world's religious communities around extraterrestrial intelligence and all of that kind of stuff. The coming of a final Roman emperor, the culmination, the concatenation of prophecy from every angle. But then you had mentioned Stargate, which the people read the third book in this series, On the Path of the Immortals, which we'll give away free to the people listening to this program, if when they buy the book, The Final Roman Emperor, they put in the comments section. I heard John Hagman. That book is dealing exclusively with this idea that there are gateways of the earth, stargates, portals, doorways. They've opened in the past. They're prophesied to open once again. That is absolutely a part of prophecy. We don't have time tonight to go back and put all that puzzle together, which we've done on previous shows, but it absolutely is a part of prophecy. And when you see, Isaiah the prophet saying about the location of the Tower of Babel and Babylon, saying that in the last days a great voice is going to announce, "Open the gates, ye ruler, I give command, and I bring them." Gates, right? Plural. I bring them. Giants are coming to fulfill my wrath. We realize that most Christianity has been very educated in terms of biblical prophecy and about what is going to happen in the near future. There are gateways. They've opened before. They're going to open again. Okay. Having said all that, this whole thing about the Dyson sphere that we were talking about before the break, and the Kepler star, and the constellation Cygnus, and this deep mystery. You've got these astronomers, Bradley Schaefer, some others out there. They're talking about this mysterious star and how it is dimming and then it's brightening and 16% each century. They can't figure it out at all. They've never seen anything like this in deep space. Is that, well, I'm not going to say is that the New Jerusalem. We were also talking about that. Is this something, though, that the Vatican is watching? Is it something they're observing? Some strange, bizarre activity in space? Well, for people that don't know what a Dyson sphere is, there's you can learn about this by going to Google and typing in the Templeton Foundation, which is a philanthropic organization. And what's strange is they're interested in genetics, and they're interested in transhumanism, and they're also interested in aliens, and they're interested in hybridizing humanity. So a lot of this stuff seems to be kind of spooky in the way it kind of all flows together. They've been funding a whole series of lectures at the Arizona State University calling Facing the Challenges of Transhumanism, Religion, Science, and Technology. And in 2009, they launched the Sophia Project about making contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. So a lot of weird stuff. You can Google all of it. But now there's another university that we suspect could be involved in the cover-up of a so-called alien presence, artifacts, whatever. And that's Penn State, or at least one of its well-known lecturers. And this is a story that goes all the way back to 2005. And I don't know if we've talked about this in any of the recent programs over the last few years, Steve, but you and I, wow, how far back does the Q files go? When did you stop doing the Q files?
Well, that goes back a long way. You know, it sounds like we're both old guys talking about decades ago.
Well, we were doing a series of shows, and they were Q-file shows, because we still have them on tape. And suddenly there was this story that shot across the World Wide Web of a giant Leviathan-type creature. Now, you remember this? And they said it had been discovered in the polar ice of Franz Josef Land. Colossal being. They described it as having horns immense in dimension that protruded from its head, incredible length, a body covered with a combination of fur. So you and I started investigating that story, including analyzing the audio and video files. And within days, you had actually tracked down the helicopter pilot. Is this starting to come back to you now?
Yeah, I remember that.
And the helicopter pilot who had flown over and filmed this so-called Leviathan video. And according to the pilot, it was all a ruse. Sony had created this docudrama hoax to virally promote the release of the new PlayStation 2 game called Shadow of the Colossus. So you went on with George Norrie, coast to coast, and said it was all just a ruse, no big deal, blah, blah, blah. I did not know that, so I was out there. I'm still trying to unearth something for Raiders News Network, which is today known as Skywatch TV. And I was out there suggesting we might have only scratched the surface, big mystery. When suddenly information came up that made me think that both of us had been part of a bait and switch to throw people off a legitimate recovery effort. Now, this goes to gateways. Or, you know, what we went to the break talking about, it goes to that. And Franz Josef, among the most interesting, potentially telling pieces of that puzzle, was the senior lecturer in anthropology and American studies at Penn State University by the name of P.J. Capellati. Just before the so-called hoax was perpetuated, this professor had actually been conducting archaeological studies for Penn State at Franz Josef Land, and he followed his research of the site by immediately advocating the need to establish international laws or treaties to preserve alien artifacts. So I'm not going to go into all that. We talk about some of that in the book Exo Vaticana, but it raised the question that Capellati's team had uncovered something in Franz Josef Land that had something to do with extraterrestrial, other worlds artifacts, because he was literally calling for the need to establish through the UN international laws and treaties to preserve alien artifacts on other worlds. We document that in Exo Vaticana. It's something that corresponds to artificial remains somewhere, elsewhere in the universe, whatever. Something big enough to employ, let's say, Sony to concoct a cover-up, something they had found. Well, in any case, I'm not going to go into this. I think I don't have enough time. Bottom line is Capellati wrote a book that was published after the fact, in which he quotes me and you and says that there are people out there like Steve Quayle and Tom Horn, and they're trying to make this something more than what it is. But everything about it smelled of a giant cover-up, if you will. And I think I talked so long I forgot the point that I was going to make. But there is something about this idea about gateways, stargates. I remember when I released the book Nephilim Stargates, I did this whole series of shows on radio and television. By the way, if I remember what I was going to say about Capoletti, I'll say it. But I was discussing this idea of supernatural portals, doorways, openings, and that how this was actually an ancient idea, that there are gateways between this world and other dimensions. And at one point on one of those programs, I remember I was being interviewed by J.R. Church and Gary Thurman, as a matter of fact, and it's probably still available on YouTube, in which I briefly raised this idea that Aleister Crowley and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory founder Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard of the Church of Scientology, how they had been working to try to open a gateway, a doorway, right? You're aware of that. I'm sure most of the people listening to this program probably aware of how they were trying to open a doorway into another universe. But there's something else here, and I want to bring this up because we're in this election year, and you've got Hillary Clinton and Trump that are probably going to be the two individuals facing off against each other in a very historic year that also sees potentially the arrival of the final Roman emperor. And so there's something here about Parsons and Hubbard.
Well, and I want to share something, Tom. It was important that people understand the Nazis, especially under the SS and the Ahnenerbe, the control of those looking for their ancient heritage, they absolutely achieved, and I've gone on record, people have heard me say this, but they have achieved and had achieved the ability to open the gates. And when even Werner von Braun, and I forget the other gentleman's name, said, well, it's not that we Germans are so smart, it's that we had help from other dimensions. And that's a pretty interesting quote. And what was more fascinating to me is it's kind of like this, too. When I came out with the book, Good Night, Empire Beneath the Ice, How the Nazis Won World War II, the thing that was astronomically important to that was the fact that the supernatural realm of evil spirits, and that which Aleister Crowley and his ilk, Jack Parsons, the whole crew at Jet Propulsion Laboratory. If you guys want to know where the cover-up is, it comes from not just NASA, but it comes from JPL when it's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. The point I'm trying to make is that you cannot separate advanced technology from spiritism and Stargate. Spiritism and Stargates go hand in hand. And for the record, when Antarctica was visited by Obama, by the Pope, and by what's his name, Kirill, the head of the, and I don't know what the official title is, Patriarch of, I guess, the Russian Orthodox Church, it was fascinating that prior to that, Russia had sent the equivalent of their Operation High Jump down there, supposedly carrying the Ark of Gabriel. The Ark of Gabriel is not the Ark of the Covenant. But what is suspicious to me is that it was some form of power source. Now, over the years, in 2005 through 2008, I was on talk radio, I think that was in the Q-Files days, I'm pretty sure it was, and talking about how the generals, and you and I talked about this, the ones in the Spec Ops community were talking about all of that which was coming through the gates. Now, I know at that point, you probably thought, Steve has slipped the last part of his frontal lobotomy or lobe, But the point being is that everything was centered around Antarctica. And now what we're seeing is everything centered around Antarctica, and I'd like to put this into perspective. Everybody seemingly touched down or met at one point at Patagonia. Patagonia means big feet. Magellan specifically details, and I detail that in my book, the fact of running into the giants of Patagonia. And now the History Channel and others have come out and tried to discredit that. But, you know, the point being is you cannot separate stargates from technology, advanced technology. And I want to put an end to this, that the giants are some kind of big oafs that walk around and club people and eat them. That's true. But their fathers taught their children, the fallen angels taught their children, the giants, all of the advanced astrology, astronomy, advanced science, technology, and all that. And so when I'm told by people that do nothing but go out and try and find that stuff in top secret military stuff that doesn't even know, look, I'm not in the military. I don't know them. I just know them by code names. And so the thing is that they're looking for this stuff, and now we see everybody converging in the Antarctic and talking about the gates down there. That's something I don't think I made clear. It is the gates in the Antarctic that seem to have the world, pun intended, on edge, and basically focusing on that. Now, how about holes on the poles? We've only recently been getting new photographs, if you will, satellite photos of the holes in the poles that Admiral Byrd talked about, and that didn't appear. They have been censored for 17 years. Now they're showing up. Is it possible, Tom? This is rhetorical. I know your answer already, or let's do it this way, not put it rhetorically. Isn't it strange that Hillary Clinton, who is a practicing witch by her own statements, and she's talking about alien disclosure. There was a story Barack Obama's talking about alien disclosure, and everybody who's talking about alien disclosure, except, you and I and the Christians who are approaching this, I'm not saying we're the only ones, I'm saying, and the Christians who are approaching this from a biblical perspective, but it's the order of the day, and forgive me, it's the order of the day, and it won't go away.
Yeah, and it took me a moment. Somebody walked into my office while I was trying to do radio, and they were interrupting me, and I completely lost my train of thought. But they're gone, and it took me a moment to remember what I was going to say about Capital Eddie and the research that you and I were doing some years ago, quite a few years ago, I guess, the Q files. But a few years after your and my investigation, and I do think this was around 2005. But Cappelletti followed the expedition that they had with a book that he titled The Human Archaeology of Space, Lunar, Planetary, and Interstellar Relics of Exploration. So he continues to push this idea that there are artifacts of alien design that were here on Earth and in other places. And again, we're talking about a Penn State University guy that's calling for the United Nations to create rules around which these extraterrestrial artifacts can be investigated. But he wrote that book. It was published by McFarland Publishing, in which he discusses that very shadow of the Colossus Leviathan conspiracy that you and I had been investigating. And he admits to making 2 voyages at that time to the North Pole on board the Russian icebreaker Yamal. And he writes in his book, I've got the quote, during the second voyage, as we returned from the pole, we landed by helicopter on Rudolph Island in Franz Josef Land. And he then describes his team's excursion to the site that you and I had been doing news reports about to examine the remains, get this, of an enormous spacecraft. And now, he then goes on to claim that this was only a Soviet TB-3 bomber whose destruction the former Soviet Union had also buried as deeply as the government could. But again, how and why surveying a crashed airplane could be described as needing international laws or treaties to preserve alien artifacts on other planets, as well as having the power to alter humanity, via aerospace archaeology, which is another thing that he goes into. It simply doesn't add up. But then he takes several pages of his book to focus on me and you. And I've got one of the quotes here. This aerospace archaeology, taken up as a central element of an argument for the presence of artifacts of extraterrestrial intelligence here on Earth, in a series of articles called Stargates, Ancient Rituals, and Those Invited Through the Portal. Remember those, Steve?
Yep.
And posted on the internet news sites, Raiders News Update, authors Tom Horn and Steve Quayle speculated that it was the disbelievers that were being conned, in this case by a specially created hoax that was in fact part of a larger cosmic conspiracy involving, you guessed it, me, end quote. Well, after republishing a whole large part of our investigation into the archaeology of space, Stargate, portals, interstellar relics, he then repeats his claim that there was nothing otherworldly that was discovered at Franz Josef Land, but it's just a Soviet airplane. He doesn't explain how it's going to lead to the next step in human evolution, which is also part of his book. He connects the next step in human evolution with the discoveries they made.
Well, maybe, Tom, the United Nations was in the airplane parts business and needed a new bomber, and they had to go dig up one or drill for one in the ice. You see, what those guys do is they contradict their very premise. That's what you're bringing up, and I take that as a compliment. He's making his point, and when we show the Christian perspective on it immediately, you know what I'm saying? He says, of course, this can't be the case, and says it's a bomber. It's like the Black Sea anomaly. It looks like the Millennium Falcon. It has energy still involved in it, and when they send down submersibles, the batteries are drained. It's like a episode out of the Bermuda Triangle. And so the point is this: covered up and covered over. Covered up and covered over. Again, I'll say it. Covered up and covered over. Or sometimes it's the other way. Covered over and covered up. It's just like we've heard for years of the secret chambers. What's his name? The Dutch guy, Gattenberg or Gattenbrink's door. And then they do a cosmic ray, a gamma radiation penetration of the different pyramids in Egypt. And now what Timothy Alberino and the film crew found out in Bolivia is governments are how should I say this, bargaining behind the scenes. The newest underground citadel in Bolivia is basically pyramids and energy sources. So what I find interesting, Tom, is now, notice every headline. You carry a lot of them on Skywatch TV, which, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm not saying this because Tom and I are friends, but his website is my favorite, and I draw from it extensively because I know, I'm not second-guessing, but I know since we've done so many shows what he's going for. Tom, you remember when we were ridiculed? And people need to hear this. We were ridiculed by some of the brightest transhumanists in the world. And now even they're talking about autonomous killing machines they may not be able to control. Excuse me? And
right.
The thing is that demon-possessed, sentient cyborgs, here's the thing that people don't get, and I want to make it. When Kurzweil wrote, his book on spiritual machines, well, let's just call it what it is. I mean, Stephen King beat him to the draw on that one when he did Christine. Demon-possessed. We've seen it in history. We've seen it in the history of divination and demon casting out demons. Look, we're not here trying to do a War of the Worlds broadcast with Doug and Joe. We're here trying to tell people. So, ladies and gentlemen, I consider it an honor when people say to us, well, of course, I'm making this most expensive, I'm talking about Capellito to Franz Josef Land. By the way, the island he landed on was the northernmost island of Franz Josef Land. I said Prince Joseph. Franz Josef Land. And the thing that's fascinating to me, Tom, is that area is complete not just the northernmost island, but there's a lot of stuff going on there and a lot of previous expeditions and a lot of UFO activity associated with that area.
Well, and it's interesting if you read his book. He talks about not only him and Penn State and their archaeological investigation and everything else. He talks about the former Soviet government and how much they wanted to bury as deeply as possible the massive craft that they had discovered, where Sony had been filming the Leviathan. So talk about contradictory. Here's a guy that on the one hand at the university level is calling for the United Nations to establish protocols to protect alien artifacts on this world and other worlds, and saying that the Soviet Union was working hard to bury as deeply as possible what had been discovered there. And then he's turning right around and saying, but we let Sony go in there and film the Leviathan thing as like a joke and a commercial. That just doesn't even make any sense. If you've got an area that you're highly trying to protect, the last thing you do is give a contract to Sony to go in there and make a Nintendo game commercial, right? Just simply, nothing that he was saying added up, including the fact that he took real issue with me and you. There was something going on there to capture, suppress, and control information around so-called alien artifacts. Were they demonic? What are they? I don't know, but it's a modus operandi of earthly governments. And by the way, it reminds me of another investigation that you and I did a decade ago, and this further back in 2003, when archaeologists discovered another magnetic anomaly, a stargate, if you will, in the ground where the Euphrates River once flowed, and that turned out to be, according to archaeologists themselves, the lost tomb of King Gilgamesh, the legendary ruler of ancient Samaria, known in the Bible as Nimrod. The New Testament is the spirit of Antichrist that rises during the end times and that is absolutely connected to the prophecy of the Cumae Sibyl and the final Roman emperor and the arrival of Antichrist. And isn't it interesting, Steve, given how at that same location, the book of Revelation says that the bottomless pit is located and the gates of the earth are going to open up. So does that imply that gateways to the underworld are located near the Euphrates, where ancient Babylon once stood? I think it does, actually. But whatever the case might be, within hours of the Gilgamesh find, the United States military, as you and I established at that time, they set up a barrier around the site. Remember this? They removed whatever was there, secreted it away to places unknown. The media, which had been actually sent there to cover the so-called Gilgamesh findings, didn't get to see anything. The military ran them off. They suddenly found themselves without a story. They were in the dark. And that included the Assyrian International News Agency, ABC News, BBC. And by the way, if there are people listening to this program that think we're making this up, just email me. I'm happy to send you. I still have all of the news articles of that time from the BBC and the INA and ABC, where they said, we have found the tomb of Gilgamesh. And then the military came in, it's all hush-hush, whatever's there is removed. Graham Hancock and Robert Dorval at the time, they wrote a book called The Message of the Sphinx. And they said that the U.S. and the Egyptian government worked together to block the investigators and the news reporters that had come in, and that it even included information around the Great Sphinx at Giza, the Hall of Records. I mean, they went into all kinds of stuff, right? But so we've learned from experience that when it comes to these gateways of the world and this idea that there is strategic, specific locations like we have verified in the 4-year investigation by me and Chris Putnam, and then in tandem with the work that you've done, Steve, with your documentary series, that any time you get into those areas, Well, you're going to do what Timothy Alberino did in your most recent investigation. You get lucky. You get a person that can get you behind the doorway there inside the Jesuit offices inside the Vatican. But then what happens? All of a sudden, the guys with the high eyebrows walk in, start giving you a look. Next thing you know, you're being spirited away. They don't want you having that information. Very quickly, one thing that I started out on a moment ago, and somebody walked into my office here and interrupted me, was this idea about doorways and gateways and what I was doing some years ago that had to do with Crowley's magic portal and Hubbard and Parson and their attempt at creating what they call the Babylon working. There's something here that's important that might have to do with this current election process. It's a matter of record that feminism, pantheistic monism have been sown into the public consciousness from the ivory towers of academia all the way back to Jack Parsons' dark invocations, which were carried out in the 1940s, and the Babylon working, which was intended to give birth to a dark being, a moon child. Crowley described it in his work, and Crowley didn't like either one of those guys, Hubbard or Parson. He didn't really like them. They were part of his institution, but he thought they were both stupid. But he described what they were trying to do as a moon child, which was using powerful energies, literally ninth degree sexual magic, rites that were intended to open a doorway, a gateway, through which the goddess Babylon herself could be conceived in human form. And Parsons wrote in his own book that he believed that he and Hubbard had accomplished the task of incarnating the divine feminine, the spirit of Babylon, in a series of rituals in 1946. In fact, in his biography, he actually preserves a celebratory statement regarding her embodiment in a child somewhere in which he believed that a child had been conceived. And it was a woman on earth, and that she would be born in 9 months of time. And he wrote about it. Babylon's incarnate on the earth today, blah, blah, blah. You're waiting the proper hour of her manifestation. Well, why am I bringing this up? Because if his magic can be believed, then one would expect that a female child would have been born in 1947. Interesting date, right?
Yeah, I know where we're going on this one.
And that she would later rise to international prominence. She would be an outspoken feminist, but she would grow to have global political clout in order to influence and even guide the nations of the world. Well, why that's interesting is because in all of the world, there was only one influential feminist born in 1947 that offers the promise of his infamous ritual. And she's now considered by many to be the front runner for the upcoming national U.S. presidential election, and that would be none other than Hillary Rodham Clinton. So, is she the fulfillment? Is a woman set to ride the beast? We're going to find out, I guess. But this idea that gateways and doorways can be opened through ritual magic is not something outside of Scripture. In fact, that's the reason why Revelation chapter 9 talks about those who are tortured by those things that come up out of the earth, because it says they repented not of their sorcery, the Greek word pharmakia, their use of ritual magic in order to attempt to open doorways to make contact with or even to incarnate entities from another dimension into this reality.
Hey, Tom, I want to go back and address Gilgamesh. When that came out, the first mention of it was on the BBC, and you've got all this stuff. You and I were doing shows in those days, but they, according to the people I know who not only found Gilgamesh's tomb, but also his DNA. Now remember, he's Nimrod. Remember, he goes into hell through a portal, if you will, in the very area of the, of Iraq. The people that I knew that were excavating that, different from the people that contacted you and sent you those photos, they basically talked about a tunnel system, and there was a brief mention on it during the time they were hunting for Saddam Hussein, but there's a whole different story there, and the artifacts, that there are artifacts that, collectors like, and then there's the ones the military want. The military want anything that is a weapon system, a power source, or a genetic, if you will, cache of DNA that they don't already possess. So when you and I started talking, Tom Horn, about all of the different cloning that's already being done, human cloning, we talked about that. That'll never happen. Dolly the sheep is a far away and a far call from human beings. And then the Chinese just announced, hey, we're going to clone a human army. My position is it's been done. Dr. Mengele, who never, basically quit his research, and those obviously in the Antarctic calling his shots and paying for his what would you call it, research. I mean, he had twinning and cloning down by the late 50s. That's hard for people to imagine, but see, here's what's fascinating. Video games are taking all this stuff on. Even Steven Spielberg's Big Friendly Giant, okay? He has a dream sequence where the real giants are eating, and obviously the young girl is saved by a big friendly giant, who kind of looks like, he's not the handsomest of guys, but he looks kind of dorky. Well, why is this coming out right now? I'll tell you why. Again, they're going to say these giants are good. They're going to be just like the giants in the Twilight Zone to serve man. And for the record, ladies and gentlemen, go look on whatever YouTube and just search for Twilight Zone to serve man, and you're going to find out that the concept of aliens being good and bringing to mankind the technology in which we save ourselves, is been spelled out. And Tom, you and I have been talking about doing a book. The next book that I do only one more book, and I do it with you. And what we need to do is take the different science fiction shows and just show the theme and show the revelation of what is in the contemporary newspapers and magazines and what's being proposed at that time. Most people don't know this. Dr. Werner von Braun was one of Walt Disney's head, what do you call the guy that basically he relied on? There's a word, I can't think of it right now. Research assistant, something like that. But getting back now, because we've only got 15 minutes, Tom Horn, give the bottom line on your final book on the Vatican and the Islamic Antichrist, and we've already laid out the case. Look, they're going to join together. It's going to cause a war. You talked about blood on the altar. You were very kind to let me write the introduction to it. But the point being is give the bottom line and then tell people, because I want just you to take your liberty and tell people why this is so critical, why it's the last one in the series, because quite candidly, everything that you've written about, years before is now in motion, now in play. And what is the most startling thing? I don't know if you didn't want to deal with it, but please kind of give at least the hints that you absolutely were blown away with, because God took you into heaven when you were dead, and Nita was praying for you and gave you revelation, sealed up stuff. You asked him, Lord, I want to remember. The Lord said, you're not going to remember. But as times get darker, those things that God implants in people's spirit that are basically timed release are coming forth. So you share that. What is the most important thing that you came away with this book. You want people to get this book. And by the way, tell how they can get it too, Tom. Do that now, because I want it now.
Well, I will say this. It's the biggest revelation of all of them. It's much bigger than all of the other three combined. The revelations in it and the predictions in it. And I do go out on a limb in the same way that I went out on a limb in predicting the resignation of Pope Benedict 1 year in advance. I'm on both television and also in our book as suggesting that's going to happen, and it did. This time around, the predictions are much more significant. And they do, by the way, have something to do with the fact that many years ago, I died. I woke up in heaven. And I'm not going to talk about that tonight. I've written a little bit about it online in the series. If people want to go to skywatchtv.com, look in the left column, pull down the screen, look in the left column, they'll see the series there. And they'll read a little bit about me talking about that. For the longest time, I wouldn't talk about it at all. They'll find out why I wouldn't talk about it, too, if they read that article. It was really Sid Roth that kind of drew me out to talk about that, and so I did. Then it turned out to be amazing that much of what had happened to me had also happened to you, Steve. And I did not know that because we had never talked about it. But in this final book, I make two major predictions. And I make them with the same level of confidence that I made when I predicted that Pope Benedict was going to step down in April of 2012, which he did. Same level of confidence. But this is much bigger. And we don't have time tonight to go into all this or all of the details that are in the book, The Final Roman Emperor. Oh, you mentioned for me to tell people how they can get it. Here's what I want to say. Look, The Final Roman Emperor, the Islamic Antichrist, and the Vatican's Last Crusade. It's going to be available everywhere in a few weeks from now. But if you want to get it first, and if you want to get, well, now for Hagman listeners, if you want to get it with who knows what, $300 or $400 worth of free stuff, next week, May 31, Tuesday, you're going to want to go to skywatchtv.com. There'll be a big banner up there you can click on. And all you got to do is buy the fourth book, 1995, and you're going to receive the $200+ worth of stuff that's already being described over there. A lot of free books, free movies, WikiLeaks files, ancient texts. The data library, to me, is the part I love the most, because this is literally 4 years of extraordinary research, finding literally tens of thousands of pages of very important information that's no longer even in print that we make available to people. So I love the data library. But, so all the other books and all that. But when you check out, if you buy the book, The Final Roman Emperor, when you check out, make sure you put in the comment section, I heard you on Hagman. That's all you got to do. And I'm going to advise the people that work for me at the warehouse there to include, in addition to all that other free stuff that's being advertised, to include for you that write that in, the first 3 books in this series. So you will have all 4 books. You'll have Petrus Romanus, you'll have Exa Vaticana, you'll have The Path of the Immortals, and you'll have the final book in the series, The Final Roman Emperor. But part of the prediction. And these are going to be quantifiable. If I turn out to be wrong, you'll be able to say this guy didn't have any idea what he was talking about. But I'm certain that what I'm saying is going to happen. And the biggest part of those predictions have to do, and we detail this in the book, I won't go into all that right now, but the Islamic State, ISIS, and their associates are going to use a weapon of mass destruction in the next little few months, within the next 24 months. This is going to be of such scope and impact that it is going to raise the international community. There will be an outcry sufficient for the Vatican to play its first card, which as you read the book, you'll learn has already been primed by subtle references to what's called just war theory in the lead up to this predicted event. When this weapon of mass destruction is used by ISIS, the Roman Pope is going to call for the revitalization of the Christian rules for just war. These are very important terms I'm using here. A coalition army, similar to the 2003 invasion of Iraq, is going to be formed to seriously engage the Islamic radicals, not like what you've seen so far, but literally to wipe them out. Geopolitics aside, the jihadists are going to see the Vatican's sanction of war as a new final religious crusade that plays into the Quayle Sibyl's prophecy. They're going to see it as the actual fulfillment of their 1,300-year-old hadith, which allegedly quotes the sayings of the Prophet Muhammad, but actually plagiarized from the prophecies of the Quayle Sibyl concerning the last days caliphate that goes up against the armies of Rome to initiate Malachim, which is equivalent to Armageddon in Christian teaching. This is a battle that ISIS believes they're ultimately going to win. And that war, they believe, is going to provoke the coming of Mahdi. That's the reason that's part of our title. Chris Putnam and I don't believe that the Antichrist is going to be a Muslim necessarily, but Islam is connected to a plagiarism of the Quayle Sibyl's prophecy, in which they took what the Catholics call the final Roman emperor and they call it the Mahdi. So you're going to find out about that. And this is something that nobody anywhere has ever analyzed before, and you are going to be blown away by it. So they believe that the Mahdi is going to come. Then the Al-Masih al-Dajjal, or just call him the Dajjal, the Antichrist, is going to appear. Isa, who is Jesus, they believe is going to come and spear the Antichrist and fight on behalf of the Muslim army. So that's what they believe is going to happen. It's my belief that Pope Francis, or whatever, by the way, whatever pontiff is sitting on St. Peter's throne at the Vatican at the time. Why would I say that? Because there is some other strange prophetic possibilities going on here, in which Pope Francis may not have been canonically elected. And if he wasn't, then he's a placeholder pope. He's actually standing in the place of the true final Pope number 112. If that sounds confusing, get the book and read it. You won't be confused anymore. At least you'll understand where the mystics in Rome are coming from. But the bottom line is the current Pope is going to initiate a call for the Christian rules for just war. And he's going to connect ISIS terrorism with the end of the world. By the way, he already has done that. Have you noticed that Francis has recommended that people read The Lord of the World? That's a 1907 book by Monsignor Robert Hugh Benson that depicts the reign of the Antichrist and the Vatican's relationship with the end of the world. So he's already behaving in a way that he sees himself in this role. He's an avowed prophecy believer. He either knows that he is Petrus Romanus, the final Pope, number 112, from the famous prophecy of the Pope that's attributed to St. Malachi, or if he was not canonically elected, which we discussed in the book, then he knows there's this other Catholic situation in which he is sitting in place, filling a role, until the final Pope rises up to sit on the throne of Peter. So now, does Pope Francis believe that he is the final Pope? Pretty interesting. He took as his namesake Saint Francis of Assisi, which is an Italian friar, Roman friar, whose original name was Giovanni, but he changed his name to Francesco di Pietro or Peter di Bernardone a man whose name can literally be translated Peter the Roman, which is literally from the final line of the prophecy of the Pope. Pope Francis also knows that Francis of Assisi was a prophet, and that he predicted this final pope would be raised to the pontificate, who by his cunning would endeavor to draw many into error and death. So it's astonishing that Francis selected as the namesake a man who foretold the final pope would be a deceiver that would lead the church into destruction and death. And then, also interesting, Pope Francis named Pietro Parolin as the Vatican's new Secretary of State. That's a man who would sit on the throne of Peter if Pope Francis retires or was wiped out or killed, such as ISIS is intending to do. And that man's name literally means Peter the Roman, and if Pope Francis was killed, he would rise up to sit on the throne of Peter. And if Pope Francis was not canonically elected, Pietro Parolin would actually become the actual real Pope, number 112. So there's a lot of stuff here that we go into, that we analyze for you.